Good morning. The State Board of Education, Kansas State Board of Education is called to order. I'd like to welcome our guests who are viewing online. As the pandemic continues and schools are facing challenges, we want to thank everybody for their hard work in this extremely difficult time. I think this is the time to remind everybody that school is getting ready to be in session, that kids are on the road, buses are on the road, and it's very important for us to make sure, do everything we can to make sure that kids arrive and leave school as safely as possible. I'd like to acknowledge that all board members are present, and one of them has a birthday today. I will wish her happy birthday. I will not mention her name, but she's to my immediate right. So, happy birthday. At some point today, there will be cupcakes on the table over there commemorating that occasion. Thanks to Peggy. The mission statement of the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare students for lifelong success through rigorous quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, we will pause for a moment of silence. Please join me in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Are there any additions or corrections to the agenda for today? Seeing none, a motion would be in order to approve the agenda. Jim McNeice, seconded by Dina Horst. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Are there additions or corrections to the minutes of July the 13th and 14th? Seeing none, a motion to approve would be in order. Gene Clifford makes the motion. Melanie seconds the motion. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. And at this point, we would like to welcome our commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Porter, and good morning, board. We also have an anniversary that we're celebrating today, too. Maybe as you go right, double right. So happy anniversary and happy birthday. Want to share with you some data that we've shared before, maybe a little bit more in depth, and make sure that you understand as you talk to school districts that you represent. And also, I think some of what we talk about today will have an impact on your legislative positions that you take, that you think about tomorrow. So I'm going to share with you later on some data again that we are making some really good success in this vision statement. Also, in not so much this month, but next month, I'll be sharing with you some Kansas State Board of Regents data as it relates to remedial education. If you remember, your definition talks about a set of skills without the need for remediation. And there's been some remarkable progress on that front too that I'll be sharing with you next month. So this is a chart that you've seen before, but I'm going to kind of take it from a little bit different angle and kind of walk you through what has occurred for private schools and public schools with the dissemination of ESSER money on the public side and EANS money on the private side. So back in March of 20, federal government issued what is now called ESSER 1. At the time, we thought that was the only ESSER. There was not going to be a 2 and 3, but that was $85 million. It was sent out on the Title I formula, and it was that distribution. Also, then private schools received their proportionate share within the Title I formula that happens every year. what we looked at, and you can see that this money has to be obligated to be spent by September of 22. This is the first round. So they could start in March of 20th, has to be obligated or encumbered by September 22. The $8 million that we put in SPED for fiscal year that we're in right now is additional money that we put in. So 90% of the 85 million went out the door. 9.5% went to special ed, and we kept 0.5% for administrative oversight. So when someone asks about ESSER 1, what you can say is 99.5% of the money went directly to school districts on either the Title I formula or special ed. And I'm going to talk a lot about special ed today because it's really important that I think you and legislators understand what's happening with special ed and what we're trying to do with the ESSER funds to mitigate some of that. ESSER 2 is what's been really being drawn down now. And it's $370 million. So this happened just before President Trump left office in December. So a lot of money at the time, $370 million. It must be spent by or encumbered by September of 23. But then also look, we gave to schools 99.5% of the money because we took 24 million and gave it to SPED, and we took another chunk of ESSER 2 and we gave it for the first time to the True Up. Remember the True Up? Where the schools that did not have much poverty, we brought them to a base of $300 so that no one got less than $300. So that 24 million then goes in the next, what we call fiscal year, to help this drop in special ed formula funding. Also during that time, the federal government, for the first time ever, gave a pot of money for competitive grants, if you would, to go to private schools. So none of the ESSER 2 money went to private schools, unlike the ESSER 1. But EANS money then, you applied if you had not received any federal assistance. And in fact, the two largest systems that we accredit, the Lutheran schools and the Catholic schools, both those systems applied heavily for that money. And we spent $27 million, approximately $27 million that flowed out to private schools in EANS 1. Now we're sending out ESSER $3. It's a little bit different. So each one of these has a little bit different protocol. In ESSER 3, the federal government makes us set aside some money that we use for learning loss. The bulk of that right now is going to literacy training, summer enrichment, the Sunflower Summer Program, which I'll talk some about, and after school programming, which we're using Boys and Girls Clubs and 4-H and et cetera. Over about 92% of the ESSER 3 money went directly to schools in either the True Up or the distribution, and 28 million went to special ed. Now, in the next 30 days, the EANS 2 for private schools will be released, and they can apply to go get that money, and then that will be released. Now, here's what I think it's complicated to understand. In the school finance formula, that, as you remember, in the last legislative session, was fully funded for its duration. So we should thank the legislature for fully funding that formula. In that formula is additional money for special ed. Okay? So when you talk to people, there is additional money in that formula that goes to special ed. It is not, however, enough money to continue to hit the 92% excess cost. So you know what happens when costs go up on special ed kids because they have a federal right to have funded their disability. Money comes out of funds that would have gone to other students to go to them first. So special ed kids, as money may drop for the reimbursable costs, never go without their needs being met. That money just comes from general fund in the form of a transfer. What you have done by the action that you've taken is that you have moved $60 million for special ed over those 3 years to bring up that reimbursable a little bit. Does that make sense? Otherwise, it would have dropped further. So we're supporting a base of special ed, otherwise it would have dropped further. Here's, though, what we need to think about. When that money comes off in 24, 25, that money then, that 60 million is gone, not to be replaced, and that will create a huge drop on budgets that then will have to be backfilled by general fund in order to just make up, just to come back to where that 60 million gap is, unless the legislature prior to fiscal year 25 would happen to put that money in, or the federal government decides to more fully fund special ed. Does that make sense? So I think as you, again, talk to board members, local board members, superintendents, remember there'll be a lot of board turnover, there'll be a lot of superintendent turnover. We're going to try to keep that out in front of people so they're planning for that. I'll talk in a second. Gina and I were out on tour, and we'll be analyzing the data of some open-ended, but quick look at what people were telling us on the tour of what they needed to really get some things done was money. And what we see is smaller school districts. We've seen a stop in consolidation over the last several years. Why is that? It's because of the influx of state money that the Kansas legislature and the governor signed has appropriated, and a little bit of this federal money. They're surviving on that, even though they'll tell you we don't have enough money. When all that comes out, those rural communities that have declining enrollment over the last several years are going to face real challenges. So this chart has a lot of explanation to it, but the bottom line is you have decided to help support special ed to the tune of $60 million in 22, 23, and 24. But in 25, that $60 million is out and would need to be backfilled just to get back to where they would be, if that makes sense. And I want to stop there because you'll get a lot of questions about this, and you're going to have a lot of superintendents year to year, and you'll have some new board members. And while we'll explain this, it's like when Gene and I were just down, we talk about all-day kindergarten. That wasn't funded in 15, right? I mean, when we went out, that was funded in 17. So now people, when I'm out, think we've been funding all-day kindergarten forever. So I'm afraid we're going to lose this piece if we're not consistently talking about it, both with our legislators, governor, and the federal representatives, because the federal government could kick in too. Yes.
Would it be an accurate statement to say that if the federal government was funding at the 40% they promised, that the state would be funding at the level that it promised? That it would be fully funded if the federal government was funding at the level that it was promised when it was started?
I don't know exactly, Jim, the numbers. I think we can ask Craig that tomorrow. I think it would be very close, if not fully funded. Okay. They're providing less than 20%.
So it's not just the state that's the issue, it's the federal government also that's the issue, because they have not kept the promises they made
at the time the law was passed in the 1970s.
Okay, thank you.
So just to recap the law, the federal government said we'll cover 40% of what the additional costs are to educate special ed kids. They've never hit that 40%. The state government, Kansas, said we'll fund 92% then of that excess cost. We have been there from time to time at 92, but we're not there now. So the cost of special ed goes up faster than the cost of regular ed students. It's similar to maybe healthcare and other things that, go up faster than the rate of inflation. So not to panic, but down the road, we just need to always continue to talk about this. Sunflower Summer ends this week. Get your tour on quickly. I want to share with you some remarkable numbers of the Sunflower Summer program as we're in the final week. First of all, 71 venues, as you know, what they call the 6 Kansas regions, but it's spread out all throughout Kansas. And it's any grade, pre-K-12, plus anyone that's in a transition program with students with disabilities. Also, just to let you know that on Google Play Store, it's downloadable as highest of number 66 in the country, and on Apple, number 52. And that's across the country, and this app you could only use in Kansas. So think about that. That's pretty significant in terms of the success that we've seen there. Then, look at this number, 57,657. And there it is week by week. We didn't start this till July 1. And look at the numbers since July 1. 34,800 kids, 22,800 adults brought them. Those were moms, dads, grandparents, aunts, uncles, guardians. And I can just tell you an overwhelming success. Ann shared with me a story recently. So people are sharing stories all the time, including we've heard, can we get a rain check to the Eisenhower Center because it's been closed? And can we extend it? What about next year? We'll have to get for you the final numbers, which will end this week. And if we have money, how much money we have left. But I can just tell you from what it was set to accomplish, summer enrichment, putting families together with Kansas resources and have them visit Kansas museums and wildlife and parks and zoos was extremely, extremely valuable. Also want to just touch base with you as we roll out the LETRS training and just let you know that, first of all, there's the early childhood course. That goes, so here's who we're training. Again, and you can have this and share, all pre-K teachers, preschool at-risk teachers, 3- and 4-year-old special ed teachers, Head Start teachers, any special ed that work with those pre-K teachers. So there's a training component that goes with that. Then there's a training component that goes with grades kindergarten through actually middle school. We are training K through 3 teachers, title teachers that serve that population, special ed teachers that serve that population, ESOL serving grades 3, reading specialists that serve grades 3, instructional coaches. All right, and we're delivering that on the pre-K side and on the K3 side in 2 ways. So in our larger districts, especially in Douglas, Finney, Ford, Johnson, Riley, Saline, Sedgwick, Seward, Shawnee, and Wyandotte counties, those larger districts, we are delivering that directly to the school district. So Gene, in Dodge City, it's going directly to Dodge City. And we're not only, I'll use Dodge City as the example, we're not only training the teachers, we're training people in Dodge City that they can train as there's turnover in the larger districts. Now the smaller districts, let's say, Caldwell, Jim, what are we doing for Caldwell? They will go to the service center of their choosing, maybe Orion, and there they will receive training through the service center. Does that make sense? So 2 models of delivery. Service centers for the smaller districts, the larger districts, direct training from the LETRS company itself. That starts as we speak. It's a 3-year rollout, so it's a staggered rollout, but it's beginning this month. $15 million that you have directed to attack literacy at its core with great training that is non-curriculum specific. Doesn't matter what curriculum you're using, this is the training of teaching reading. And the final within that, higher education, training the students currently in school to become a teacher. I met one of those at Washburn yesterday, Topeka West graduate, and offered to professors for that training also in both private and public Kansas schools. So well, just wanted you to know, that is rolling out, and that is your commitment to literacy training across Kansas. Did you know there was Olympics going on? And I just, you know, as a former coach, I just have to, here's your trivia for the day. As you look at the total medal count, the United States going into the last day of competition trailed the Chinese in gold medals, not total. But do you know what sport put the United States over the top? Volleyball. Women's volleyball won their first ever gold medal. They had won silver medal 3 times in the history of the sport, first ever. But, you know, we followed it. There's lots of, you know, success stories in a lot of different ways. And you see the gold, silver, and bronze and the total for the top 10 countries in the total medal count. So obviously it's important. People like to see that. I was pointing out to Denise yesterday as we were over at Topeka High, they still have banners up, you know, from celebrations a long time ago. This is important. You also have recognition that we have shared before, but it just made me think again as I watched the Olympics about the Star Recognition Program. And I just wanted to remind you of those districts that were on the medal stand this year a lot. All right, these were in 2020, those recognized in 4 areas. So you could be there in 7. These were recognized in 4 areas. That meaning, you know, in the old days, Jim, it would be Mark Spitz. No one knows who Mark Spitz was anymore, but he won a lot of medals, right? Gold medals. And so these people were on the medal stand. And look at that selection. It ranges from large school districts like Blue Valley or Olathe, and you don't find many school districts much smaller than Tri-Plains or Wescan. Lamar is the K-12 principal, superintendent, drives the bus, maybe teaches a class or 2. They combine classes. So we've got small, large, private, public, and there are so many of these that I'm so happy for, but these are the school districts that were on the medal stand, gold, silver, bronze, copper, in 4 areas. And I think about so many of these, could tell stories on each one, but one I will tell you is how proud I am of all of these, especially Independence and the work that Rusty Arnold and staff are doing in Independence to really do some remarkable things and turn that around. And then we had some people that got on the medal stand 5 times. Durham, Hillsboro, Lehigh. Ben would call that Hillsboro, but not if you're in Durham or Lehigh. Nemaha Central, just up the road, Seneca and surrounding area. North Lyon County. Valley Falls. 5 areas on the medal stand. And then we had a few school districts that were on the medal stand 6 times this past year. DeSoto, Piper, and South Lyon County. So there's a little competition going on South and North Lyon County. I'm just throwing that out there. But remarkable in the first year that we have done all of those categories. And so in the old days, you would get your picture on the box of Wheaties or something if you were that successful. And we don't probably get to do that now. But again, congratulations to those school districts. A lot of good work going on with them. This is the Kansas Can Success Tour. Dina and Gene will know that we started in Salina a couple weeks ago, went north, then went west, then went south, then went east, then came back north. But if you'd like to follow, it just was, it was Salina to Concordia to Beloit to Phillipsburg, all the way to Goodland, all the way down to Liberal, all the way over to Goddard, back up to Great Bend. But you say, okay, but when's he coming to a place near me? Well, Gene, we've been to a place near you, right? I want to thank Gene and Dina. In front of you is a card, because I knew some of you were going to go, hey, I'm not as young as I used to be. I can't read that very well. I made it as big as I could, but here it is. And by the way, not to confuse you, we've already been to 14 of them. So don't show up at those 14, because we've already been there. But next Monday, Brad and I will start in Burlington, and then you can see we'll basically go south through southeast Kansas, go across to back west toward Ark City. We will end next Friday in Valley Center. So we kind of curl back around to South Central. And then as you see, we'll take a little break for a week and then come back and again kind of do South Central to Northeast. But you can see there, we welcome you at any or all. It doesn't have to be in your area. I know it's a huge, for Jean, she put a lot of miles on. Dina put a lot of miles on the car. We appreciate it. Jim Porter has already told me he's going to put a lot of miles on the car here coming up. But we saw over 800 people in the first time we were out, and crowds were really good. And I just thanks everyone for making that work. And if you have any questions about it, let me know. We will be sharing with you the data probably in October or November. It'll take us a little while to crunch some of the open-ended questions and get that back to you. Encourage people in your area to come. Higher ed people, teachers. We know that we're going to be there when school is now going on in many places. Community members, Board of Education members, just interested people. We want all that to be there. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I covered a lot of ground. There may be questions on a variety of issues.
I just want to make a statement about the Success Tour. I think it's important for the people in our communities to see a representative of the state board there. And so I would encourage you to attend those in your area. However, life happens sometimes, and there are times whenever you can't. So if you can't be at one of those that are in your area, would you please let the rest of us know, and maybe some of the rest of us can cover for that, because I think it's important for the people in the community to see us as part of the process, and we can't do that unless we're there. So, go if you can. If you can't, that's perfectly understandable. But if you'll let Peggy know, Peggy can let the rest of us know, and maybe we can do some things that way.
I was kidding our friends at KNEA, because Dina will know when I went into Hayes, a young lady came up to me right off the bat. We were there at 9 o'clock in the morning. She said, "Why aren't you coming at night? Why are you coming here in the morning?" I said, "Well, ma'am, we were in Beloit last night. We'll be in Colby tonight. You're welcome to come." She goes, "I don't live there in Beloit or Colby." I said, "Well, I don't either, but you're welcome to come." We've tried to space out the evenings that still people can get to those. We encourage people to drive, in the greater metro areas, but we appreciate, and as I've heard recently, you can accompany the dude from Topeka. That would be me, the dude from Topeka. So we'd love to have you on the tour.
Okay, Michelle.
Thank you, Chairman Porter. Just a couple of clarifications. Do we need to sign up prior to, or just show up?
Just show up.
Okay, and then, Jim, you were talking about trying to attend, so we don't need to be at 3 in the same day. We just need or do you want us to try to get to? I know I was going to try to.
That's up to you guys.
I can make it to like.
We welcome you to
4 of
any
them.
that you want to attend.
It's just I didn't know if you needed us to be at all 3 in the same day.
Up to you. We're happy to have you at any or all. So,
Go to as many as you can in your area.
Yeah, and
yep,
that's
or
what I
out
was
of
saying.
your area.
And
I
that's what
told
was
Gina
saying,
she
if,
couldn't
you
come
know,
to
if
Galena.
there's those that you can't go to, if you'll let Peggy know, maybe somebody else can go also. Because I would, it's your business, not mine, but I would like for somebody from the state board to be at every one of them.
Okay.
I intend to go to 11 next week and then take the next week off.
And I don't know, Dina, if you or Jean would like to say anything about the travels that we did a couple weeks ago? And your thoughts?
Well, I was very happy, very surprised to see the numbers of people, because I participated in the first one that we did, and it was a struggle to get people to attend. For whatever reason, whatever it is, it's wonderful. They're willing to come and share their ideas and listen to what's been occurring. And I felt in the areas that I attended anyway, I thought we were on the right track with much of what we're doing is still appropriate. There's just some filling in the gaps that still maybe needs to occur. And so that was also fulfilling to find out that that people are seeing that what we're doing has meaning and has been helpful and will continue to be helpful to kids. And so I was pleased with the response and what, not only the numbers, but the responses as well.
I'd just like to say that I really enjoyed getting out and seeing the communities in my district. It was a chance to see people that I had only spoken to on the phone or had emails with, or folks that I have known for quite a while. But I think that communication and that visibility is really important. I want those people to feel very comfortable if they have a concern to just pick up the phone or to send me an email or a text. And I think renewing that, this was a great opportunity to do that in my district. I thought there was a great turnout, and people really got a flavor of what the state board is trying to achieve and how our school districts are implementing that. And I thought the meetings went over very well. So I'd encourage you, if you can, to go out. It's really interesting to see the differences between each community and to understand, what they're trying to achieve with the students in their districts. So it was a lot of fun, and I hope that you all are able to get out to your districts and maybe some others as well.
And just to let you know that I did receive 2 texts, Jean can confirm, along the way when we were doing the 14 from Sally Cobble saying she was jealous that she could not attend out in western Kansas. So.
Ann,
Thank you. Randy, I know when we first voted on our dyslexia plan, we required high school English teachers to become reading teachers, but I didn't see them on the list of people to be trained. Are we changing our mind about that?
No. Now, remember, dyslexia training is a small part of letters training. Letter is a much more encompassing
Well, I mean, reading
training.
teachers, though,
Yeah.
not just
So
dyslexia.
the middle school and in high school language arts teachers will still need to go through dyslexia training. They're welcome to go through letters paid for by the district, probably most won't, because this is an intense 2-year process. So they'll go through the training that's a 1 day or just a few hours, and that will accomplish the dyslexia training so that they can screen for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I now declare the Citizens Open Forum for the Kansas State Board of Education meeting open at 10:34. The State Board provides this opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the State Board. The State Board asks that speakers identify themselves by name and the name of the group they represent, if applicable. The State Board also asks each speaker to focus their remarks on issues or topics. Personal attacks will not be tolerated. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes. Any board questions will be for clarification only. I have no speakers. I think there's a statement in our packet from somebody that I'll refer you to. There being none, State Board of Education open forum is closed at 10:35. And is Cheryl ready? Well, welcome, Cheryl. I wish, would somebody please call security for Dr. Augerbright? We always like to honor people, and so we have that opportunity today, and we thank you for being here, and we thank all of you for participating and for the work that you've done.
Chairman Porter and Commissioner Watson and members of the board. We really appreciate your support of child nutrition programs. And 5 years ago, we started this program to honor outstanding practices in child nutrition programs that support the Kansans Can vision. We truly believe that healthy students are better learners, and we have some folks across the state who are doing some amazing things, and we have 4 of those sponsors here with us today. So let's start by having USD 320 Wamego. Would you folks like to come up? If I maybe could stand maybe right over here so we don't get in front of Mark. From Wamego today, we have Greg Mann, who is the interim superintendent. We have Darcy Hildebrand, who is the director of the Wamego Public Library, and Laura Fales, who is the director of food service. So a truly tasty collaboration between USD 320 Food Service and the Wamego Public Library was the dream of Laura and Darcy. COVID put a little hiatus on it for a little bit, but it didn't hold them back for long. They created a 6-week Cooks and Books program, which provided nutrition education and literacy resources to children, grades K through 12. Participating families were given a toolkit with needed equipment each week. They had take and make bags that contained the ingredients to make a healthy snack that were provided through the library. During the first week, they distributed half of the 100 toolkits and ran out of the 50 take and make bags within 30 minutes. So they have had quite the program all summer, and Laura was just telling me something about that people say, those are the Cooks and Books ladies.
Yeah, I've been recognized.
She's recognized everywhere. They are as the Cooks and Books ladies. So what an outstanding best practice to bring literacy and nutrition together. So congratulations, Wamego. Thank you. And we'll do some pictures after, right, Peggy? Okay. USD 312 Haven. If you all will come forward. Just come right on up here, guys. So from Haven today, we have Clark Weedle. Did I say your name right? Weedle. Clark Weedle, the superintendent. I don't want to mess that up, guys. We have Cherie Jones, who is their director of food service. We also have Kathy Schmidt. Well, how did I get Kathy? I'm sorry. Katie Schmidt, who is the head cook at the Haven Grade School. Patricia Cunningham, who is the cook at the Haven Grade School. And Lydia, is that correct? Lydia Broyles, and she is the cook at the high school. We also have Michaela Powers, who is the head cook at the high school. So great folks here at Haven. Farm to Table is a special and integral part of the child nutrition program at Haven USD 312. Each year, to celebrate Farm to Table, the Child and Wellness Program at Haven holds an event titled Farm to Table Family Barbecue and Field Day. The family event, located at Haven Grade School, highlights local farmers and small businesses. Local providers in the community help secure food resources for the event. The Haven High Greenhouse provided romaine lettuce for the hamburgers. The Haven High School Future Farmers of America organization members and school agriculture classes provided educational opportunities to learn about how every part of the barbecue meal comes from a farm. Through a connection found with Shop Kansas Farms, the event was able to locate a baker to create hamburger buns for the event, ensuring each component served as a part of the event was a local product. The Farm to Table Family Barbecue and Field Day not only was a showcase and celebration of local foods, it brought the community together after a difficult year of pandemic separation. So what an amazing nutrition and wellness special event. Thank you all for all your hard work in doing that. Congratulations. And we'll get your pictures here in just a minute. I should say, too, I looked, and Wamego, besides doing these special event programs, they've served over 180,000 meals already this school year, and Haven, in their community, have served almost 90,000 meals. So these are all things they've done above and beyond their emergency meal service. Next, we have Southern Lyon County, and we have Superintendent Dr. Argabright, and we have Anna Palm, Food Service Director. When district and community families were in need, the Southern Lyon County Food Service team stepped up to serve. The Southern Lyon County Food Service Program participated in the Farm to Family Box program during the pandemic, distributing free food to community members and families in the school district. Southern Lyon County Food Service received a semi-load of vegetables, fruits, meat, milk, and other dairy products that were distributed amongst the district's 3 communities. At times, the line for the food box pickup would be up to 3 blocks long, underscoring the community's need for nutritious foods. The Southern Lyon County Food Service Program strengthened its relationship with community members participating in this program. The Farm to Family Box program helped Southern Lyon County Food Service increase awareness of their programs and services, leading to a remarkable increase in breakfasts and lunches served during the 2021 school year. So again, this was a way they helped market child nutrition programs, but also helped the families in need within their community. So thank you very much, and congratulations to you both. And Southern Lyon County is a fairly small school district in Kansas, but the numbers they have served are amazing. Very close to what Haven was doing. I mean, they were up 70,000 meals, so That's really great. That's just January through June. So outstanding. Last but not least, we have Beth Carlton. Beth, you want to come forward? She's representing our child and adult care food program today. She's the director of Child Care Links, and she's used to leading during tough times. But as we all know, COVID has brought challenges like we've never had before. So when COVID came forth, Beth and her staff did show amazing dedication and creativity and leadership. Child Care Links stepped up when other organizations were closing, coordinating the resources necessary to facilitate new daycare homes. Signing on did not slow down even when the Child Care Links staff shrunk in size. From May of 2019, Child Care Links employed a staff of 3, helping coordinate 182 daycare homes. In 2021, a Spartan staff of 2 stepped up to lead 174 homes. The energy, time, and commitment required to lead a group of this size with such minimal staff is truly commendable and quite a feat of leadership. The Child Care Link staff is a shining example of how to lead and persevere through a crisis. So Beth, thank you and congratulations. We really appreciate it. Those are our awardees for this past year. We'd like to give an award to every single child nutrition sponsor in the state because everyone really stepped up, led, and persevered. But these folks did things that were truly above and beyond the emergency meal service. So,
With the commissioner, with those of you representing the school, with the commissioner, of course Cheryl, and the board representative from your district. Tell me where Child Care Links, is that concentrated in one part of the state, or are you throughout the state?
Child Care Links, Beth, you want to come on up first?
I'm trying to determine which board members would be representing that.
We're located in Hutchinson.
Microphone, please.
We are located in Hutchinson, but we do focus on 20 counties.
Okay, thank you. So that'd be Ben. Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, if anybody wants to know why I can't lose weight, it's because I have these wonderful cooks in my district. Because all 4 of these presenters, with the exception of Omega, which I share with several others, come from my area of the state. And so it's really wonderful to see and to see the service they do. And I just want to say, Mr. Weedle, I don't know where he's at. He's probably hiding around the post. I was disappointed that you weren't serving, oh, he's back there, serving those hamburgers with me at the farm to table event. You were busy corralling kids. It was a very fun day, and I appreciate Cherie for coming out and inviting me to be a part of that day. That was a really fun day, and I don't know how many people we served, but probably it was north of 1,000, I'm sure. It felt like 20,000, but I know it wasn't that many. But it was a really good day, and I really do appreciate all the work that food service personnel do provide. I'm good friends with a lot of food service directors, and I see them, and they're at 4 o'clock in the morning getting ready for breakfast, and yeah, they get to leave at 2, but they get to deal with other issues and delivery trucks, and if deliveries don't arrive on time, there's a lot of work that goes into that to making sure that the school day operates smoothly. And I appreciate all the work that they do, because anybody that works in our schools and interacts with our kids is an educator. They have different roles, but they are an educator, and we appreciate all the work that all of you do, and it's great to work with such fine people that are very innovative and creative in terms of providing just the normal boring school lunch meal, because there's a lot of people that complain about it. I have wonderful school lunches. I sub a lot, and I always get the school lunch when I'm working, and I really do enjoy it. So thank you very much, and congratulations, all of you.
And we'll take pictures in the order of the presentation. So if you'll come forward.
You guys come on right up here.
Do you want me to have
Yes,
it? Okay.
you should definitely hold that for.
Michelle Miller to present us recommendations from KISA. Ben, I'm sorry, is that already done? Okay. Go ahead, thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Porter, members of the board, and Commissioner Watson. I am here today for one action item and one informational item. Just as a reminder, due to the pandemic, this sort of spread out nature is not our intent moving forward. However, report timing, logistics related to the pandemic timing just was not on our side, so apologies for that. But as we begin, these definitions become even more important as we continue to move through the process. A reminder that fully accredited means the system is in good standing with compliance issues and that they have provided conclusive evidence of growth in student achievement. And in addition, they have provided conclusive evidence of an intentional quality growth process. The conditionally accredited status then means that a system is in good standing with compliance with the state board. And in one of the other two areas, they did not provide conclusive evidence of growth in student performance or was not able to provide conclusive evidence of an intentional quality growth process. Not accredited then means one of two things: that the system is not in good standing with compliance, or again, they have not provided conclusive evidence of growth in student performance, or they were not able to provide conclusive evidence of an intentional quality growth process. So on the next two slides for your action, I have the systems that entered in year 2, which means they have had 4 years to come to this point in their accreditation process. And they are recommended to you all for accredited status: Cimarron, Prairie Hills, Olathe, Emporia, Valley Center, Rock Creek, Oxford, Caldwell, Chaparral, Holcomb, Durham, Hillsborough, Lehigh, Auburn, Washburn, Dodge City, and South Haven. And with that, I would stand for any questions and await your motion.
Okay, all of these were presented to us last month, and they're all accredited.
Yes, sir.
Ben,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Accreditation Review Council and award the status of accredited to USD 102 Cimarron Ensign, USD 113 Prairie Hills, USD 233 Olathe, USD 253 Emporia, USD 262 Valley Center, USD 323 Rock Creek, USD 358 Oxford, USD 360 Caldwell, USD 361 Chaparral, USD 363 Holcomb, USD 410 Durham, Hillsborough, Lehigh, Randy, and USD 437 Auburn, Washburn, USD 443 Dodge City, and USD 509 South Haven.
is there a second to the motion? Betty seconds the motion. Any further discussion? If not, seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries. And now we have recommendations for next month.
Thank you, Chairman Porter. These are the systems that are coming for your information today. They entered in year 2 as well, and the process has been completed for them. So Ottawa, Concordia, North Jackson, Royal Valley, Jefferson West, Seaman, Chanute, the Archdiocese, Sacred Heart, St. Peter's and Paul, Holy Name, Holy Rosary, Holy Family, Mater Dei, and the Kansas Archdiocese St. Rose Philippine are all going to be recommended for accreditation status to you all in September. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I have Jeanette as well if there are questions on these systems.
Are there questions? I have one unrelated question. I should have caught you before, but I keep getting calls about a school that I expected to be on here, but isn't. Tell me what the kind of the schedule
Sure.
is going,
Sure.
generally what the schedule is.
So
So
when
I'll
a
ask those questions later. you know.
Absolutely. So when a system is conditionally accredited, they have an opportunity to appeal that recommendation through the ARC, at which time the ARC takes a second review of any additional information and the whole process takes 15 days, and the ARC has 5 days to respond. And that just ended this past Friday, so there wasn't time to bring that particular system to the board. Also, there's one final step that they may choose to go through before that recommendation is fully given to you all. So you will see them in September.
Okay, now, remind me again, and I think I know the answer to this question. When somebody is conditionally accredited, or if it ever happens, unaccredited, they have a timeline.
They
And
do.
that timeline can be pretty short.
Correct. It can be whatever the ARC thinks is necessary for the areas that need to show growth and improvement. Some systems, it's in the area of student achievement, and that might take longer. You all have seen a system with an IPS lacking, and so they were given a length of time to provide appropriate training and implementation for that process to take place.
Okay, and you said there's an additional step that the school district could choose. What is that additional
The
step?
final step is a hearing to determine whether or not the process was followed correctly.
Okay, and who holds that hearing?
It's it's appointed by Dr. Watson.
Okay,
He
so
chooses.
it's a hearing officer.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Dina?
Thank you. I hadn't thought about it before, and so this question is one that may be kind of off the wall in a lot of ways, but I do know that one of the districts has a high concentration of Native American, and we do not show that is an issue, is that minority group is in that particular school district. The other two are, and I believe they have enough of one heritage for it to count, so to speak. But in the other one that we typically do across all districts is there aren't enough for that to be recorded. So I wondered why we don't have a segment for other
Subgroup numbers start at 10.
other minority status as well, so that we could see how those students are doing as well, because even though they're not a major minority group, it seems inappropriate to not have a way for them, for that school district to say, hey, we're doing a good job, or we need to improve.
They have that access at the local level. They are able to look at each individual student and disaggregate by subgroups. We have that at the agency, and if there are populations of less than 10, they're not considered in the data that's presented to you all.
It's
And if I
just-
need a little help on that, I'll have to ask Dr. Watson if there's need.
It's just not reported to us. then.
Correct. They have it at the local level.
Okay.
Dina, that's because of privacy issues, identifiable information, so the number is
Thank you.
greater than 10 on anything that leaves that district for reporting purposes.
Thank you.
Well, and that's part of why I was asking. I know those districts, that district does not have more than 10 in one of the groups, but it does in the Native American group. I'd say maybe even nearly half of their students are Native American, and I was just concerned that we're not showing that component as well when it exists.
Understood. And Jeanette, you'll hear her talk frequently with systems about the deep dive they need to take to look at those subgroups, whether there's 2 or 6 or however large that group is. She's a proponent of really studying those groups and their achievement, Dina, so I appreciate that.
So it just seems to me, though, that maybe we need to think about when it's a large population that we have that kind of a record. For those of us who sit on this, in this body, it's great that they know locally, but it seems like the reason why we have the Hispanic and the African American is because they exist in a greater extent across the state, and I understand that. But it seems like when it's being reported to us that it would be good to know whether those same struggles exist in that population as well.
So just so that you know, when the ARC takes a look at the information, they can do a deeper dive into the data. So in the accountability report, if you go in, even though the information is listed and broken down by African American, Hispanic, all students, there is a place that you can go, particularly if you know, like in these districts, that there are major numbers of Native American students. They can go in and they can take a look at that information, because at the aggregate, you're correct. At the aggregate, many of these districts do have more than 10, and that information is listed on their accountability report.
Thank you.
Anything else? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And is Doug in the room? Okay, it's all yours, Doug.
Thank you, Chairman Porter, members of the board. Back this month to present to you the ESSER 2 plans that have come before the department, the task force, and now finally to you for final approval. Start with an update on where we're at in the process. And I'm going to go ahead and skip to the next slide because it's a little easier to read. 169 plans so far have gone before you, 203 million approximately in those plans. Today's batch includes 21 new plans at 16.7 million. We've also got 12 plans that are asking for changes or revisions in what was originally approved by you. That will bring their total to 5.6 million, which is close to 2 million more than was initially approved. We have 67 plans that we've seen no activity in the system for those districts yet. We have plans to reach out to them individually to find out if there's something that they're missing or that we need to do for them. And then we have 29 plans in process, either have been submitted and are under review right now by our team, or we can see them in the system and they just have not been submitted yet. Summary of what's been happening and today's slate, you'll notice that we're still in today's slate, about half of them are in the less than 40% poverty and about half of them are in the greater than 40% poverty. This stays pretty much consistent just based on the demographics of our schools and our districts across the state. Size, this time the majority are less than 3,000 students, but we do have 5 of the bigger districts included this time. And as you look at their allocations and how they're using them, a majority of this month are using up their full plan. 17 of the 21 are using the full allocation in what they're submitting, or pretty close to it. As we look at all of them that have been submitted, the 190, it's about 55% have used up the full allocation, and then the other 45% still have funds to be spent. The allowable activities for the money, the 203 million that's already been approved, 16.7 in today's. The bars across the bottom represent the different allowable categories. If you look at that, about 165 million of that we can attribute to teaching and learning student needs. So around 80%, 82% of the funds are going in those categories, which is what we like to see. For this month's slate, the 21 districts had 19.5 million available to them to write into their plans. The plans represent 16.7, so that leaves about $3 million left for them to come back and allocate. Expenditures per district, the ranges again, the low end, 106,000 is Western Plains, the high end is Dodge City, and that's still not Dodge City's full allocation. They still have a few $100,000 left to spend. The expenditures per student, DeSoto is the 217. That's not their full allocation. When they get to their full allocation, it'll be 300 because they're one of those true-up districts. And then the upper end is Chelan, then at 1130. In this month's slate, you'll notice that we have that blue bar at the beginning for other activities. That's because there are quite a few districts that are including premium pay now in their plans. And so that shows up in that bar. As far as teaching and learning, a little over 50% of the plans address those needs.
Are there questions at this point? Seeing none, let's move ahead.
So then as we look at the change requests in your pre-read materials, just a reminder that the blue bars represented changes, the yellow ones represented new requests. We have 12 districts. Girard is asking for premium pay as part of their approved plan, so they've worked that in. Iola, same thing, they've added some premium pay. Quinter moved things around so that they could increase some salaries and address distance learning for them as they plan for the upcoming school year. Sylvan Grove, updated technology. Haven, social emotional support. Cunningham, rearranged items to allow for premium pay. Jayhawk, software for learning loss and social distancing. Conway Springs, increasing salaries. Arc City added premium pay to theirs. That's the new request on that one. Rural Vista, curriculum and emotional and social emotional support resources. Harrington, to address learning loss and then include some retention pay, which is premium pay. They all call it a little bit different, but it's all the same, sort of. And then South Haven was expanded technology and summer curriculum. So those changes and the additions added up to an additional 1.9 million to what was already approved by you all. If you take a look at the impact these changes will have, it really doesn't affect our overall allowable activities. It just provides a slight bump in just about every category as you go across there, but the percentages stay pretty much the same.
Questions? Is this the time for the motion?
I have some information.
Go ahead.
If
Yeah.
you want to vote first.
Go ahead.
Okay.
You just tell me when it's time.
Okay. So there's always a lot of discussion about premium pay, and we wanted to call this one out by Harrington because we feel like it's getting to the place where we want people to be. They've set aside a certain amount of money. They have described what the activities are that they expect their teachers or staff to do. They have spread the payments over a period of time so that work is being done before we're paying people. So just wanted to call that one out. We thought they'd done a nice job on their explanation of premium pay. I heard Dr. Watson talking about Eanes was coming up. Towards the end of the month, in the next couple of weeks, the governor will submit the request for the Eanes funding. Once that happens, the timeline starts. We will be conducting training with the private schools as far as the second round, presenting some lessons learned that we learned from the first round to make sure that we don't make the same mistakes a second time. The application will open in September. We'll review third and fourth weeks of September, and then it'll go to the task force and to you in October. There are a couple of new pieces in Eanes 2. One of the requirements is that you have to set a poverty threshold. The federal government said that that threshold should be 40%. If we do 40%, that means only about 4 private schools qualify to apply. They gave us an option to come up with our own formula, which we are working on right now, but it looks at poverty and COVID impact. So we hope to get the number that will qualify up, but if we stuck with the 40%, we'd be about 4 private schools would qualify. And then we wanted to talk about the appeal process. When we first started out, or in Eanes, we had a private school or a home school that had applied for Eanes funding, and we had determined that, in our opinion, they were not a school and did not qualify. They filed an appeal. A appeals panel was appointed. They went over the documents that were submitted by the private school, and they came back with a ruling that they agreed with us that they did not qualify as a school under the Eanes law. And just a reminder of what had been submitted to you prior. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Ann?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things. I saw on the TV this morning that in another state, they were going to be using their ESSER funds to incentivize teachers to get vaccinations. Is that something that would be allowed?
Yes. We've had a couple of districts contact us about giving their teachers a little bump or something to get vaccinated, and it's also coming up, can we pay students to do so? And we believe that's allowable.
Okay, great.
And I might add to that, though, KDHE has millions of dollars that can go to set up vaccination clinics and/or testing for any school district. So they could apply to that and not even have to use their ESSER money if they wanted to.
For incentives for their teachers and
I think
students?
so. There's a whole host of things they can do. So it could
Oh,
be a
okay.
combination.
So there are a couple different ways they could capture that. Okay. What, on the private schools, if I heard you right, it was lack of poverty that might have knocked them out of getting, is that what you were saying?
The second round requires
Poverty?
setting a minimum threshold of poverty, which the federal government's, their recommendation was 40%. But they give us some leeway to
Gotcha.
develop our own formula by taking averages, looking at different data, et cetera. And so we're going to, when the governor submits her request for funds, we're going to submit a counter proposal to that 40%, which will knock it down to 20%. But still, if it stays at 40, there's only 4 or 5 private schools that will be able to apply.
Why wouldn't we just suggest the $600 per kid minimum like we do our schools that don't qualify because of poverty?
I don't think we could do that.
So well, it's no different really than setting a different limit on percent in poverty, would it?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
Well,
the
maybe I
question.
don't understand the problem, but it's because they don't have enough kids, they don't have 40%, so they don't qualify for Eanes 2, is that it?
So the real difference is, in ESSER, we couldn't change the allocation that flowed through us and went to them.
Right,
So we had to allocate that in the Title I formula. We took our set aside.
right.
That we had some flexibility. In the Eanes money, that money comes to us and it's stipulated. It must be used in this manner, just like
Oh, okay.
the ESSER, and we don't have any set aside, so that's why we
But
don't.
they're saying we could suggest a different formula, right, to the feds?
There's a couple of options, and we will submit our proposal.
All I'm saying is our formula could be treat them the same way we treated public schools that didn't have many kids in poverty and give them 600 each.
I don't
I don't
believe we
think that's
can
one
do
of the
that.
options the feds are giving us in the distribution.
Well, they're just not thinking outside the box, but
I do
there
think,
you
though,
go.
that Doug and his team are gonna take, I mean, obviously, we can't leave it at 40. So
Right.
they're gonna try to do everything they can to make as many private schools eligible as possible.
Now, we also know that we've got almost the same pot of money, and we're only going to have about half as many schools that are going to be able to apply for it.
Right.
So we know that there's probably no way we're going to go through, be able to allocate the whole pot. But it goes back to the governor to be used for educational services, basically, which private schools could take advantage of. So
Okay. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, a motion would be in order. Okay. If I can find it, I'll make the motion.
I have
Okay,
a
go ahead. Jean?
It is moved that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Commissioners' Task Force on ESSER and EANS distribution of money and approve the submission of the school district expenditure plans for ESSER II federal COVID-19 relief funds as presented.
Dina seconds that motion. Any other questions? Not all in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? Abstain? 901. Thank you, Doug. I'll see
Thank
you
you.
some Friday afternoons.
okay.
We will reconvene at 11:35. And based on the we will reconvene, and Mark is going to talk to us about e-cigarette and vaping task force. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you, Chairman Porter, fellow board members, and Commissioner Watson. Thank you for allowing me to present on the continued work of the vaping task force. And just kind of as on the slide, just a reminder that we're 2 years into this process. The first meeting of the task force took place in July of 2019, and we're now August of 2021. And we're continuing to move forward on work. Previously, you've heard presentations on Project Echo, and that's going to be a significant part of what I talk about today. However, we are now referring to it as Vaping Echo for Education, because we're kind of beyond the project part of it, and now we're ready to implement it. As I've mentioned previously, the goal was to identify select 20 pilot schools, and we did. We received 49 applications from schools across the state to participate in this. We selected 20 of those. Out of those 20, 11 of them are high schools, 5 are junior, senior high schools, and 4 of them are middle schools. And we did want a balance. We didn't want just all high schools, and we feel like this is a nice balance of them. I do want to emphasize that this work is an outgrowth, direct outgrowth of the work of the vaping task force. A little over a year ago, one of our members, a school nurse from the Shawnee Mission School District, really wanted to propose the idea of using a Project Echo to address vaping. So over that period of time, there's been a group of partners that have come together, some of them not directly participating in the task force. But the partnership is between us here at KSDE, KDHE, Kansas Association of School Boards, the Kansas Health Institute, KU Med, the Masonic Cancer Alliance, the American Lung Association, and the Kansas School Nurses Organization. So we have quite a vibrant team that is participating in this process. So we have the 20 pilot schools, and we're looking for each of them to have teams of around 5. We have some that have 4, and we're okay with that. We also have some who have registered more than 5. And with probably the need to have some substitutes to attend for those who have conflicts, we're going to be okay with that. But the team consists of we've been insisting on having a school administrator and ideally a school nurse or a school counselor. Those are kind of the 2 must-haves. But beyond that, the team is filled out by classroom teachers, health and physical education teachers, community members, school resource officers, just kind of a cross-section of school staff. And our first orientation starts tomorrow, so we're getting rolling. I believe that you have a map has been presented to you previously. There is one change to that map, and that is up here. Norton was initially a school. Norton High was a school that was going to be participating. They had a changeover in principals. The previous principal is who signed off on the application. And the new principal, though supportive of this endeavor, just didn't feel like it was the right time for them to participate. We had identified a number of next options, and Humboldt Middle School, which is down here in the southeast corner. They were very excited to participate. And so they jumped at the chance once we had an opening for them. But as you can see, a nice spread across the state. We did we really wanted Norton to represent that kind of far north, northwest portion, but they weren't able to participate. So we feel, overall, we feel very good about the selection of schools. The specific schools, I won't read them all, I just want to make sure that there's a public record of them. And as you can see, as I mentioned, just a variety of high schools, junior, senior high schools, and middle schools. And one, we did receive a request from the superintendent at Andover. We had several districts that had more than one school within their district apply. But the superintendent at Andover reached out to me and said they're really trying to treat each of their schools the same. This was a priority for both of their high schools, and we're wondering if they could do a combined team. And we gave them that option. So each of their principals are going to be part of that team. There's going to be a school nurse that works at both of them that's going to kind of bridge the gap. So there will be representation from both of those schools. So we'll see how this works for a combined school. I'll just go back. I do want to emphasize that this. We're trying to address this from a couple of perspectives. I look at it from a school health perspective. And one of the things that I recognized fairly early on in my role here at KSDE back in coordinated school health days when I was working with KDHE on a co-administered program is that school health and public health are not always the same thing. And they don't always speak the same language. So that's one of the things that we need to recognize going in is that many of the people that I listed as partners really are approaching this from a public health perspective. And that is valuable. We need to have public health involved in this, but I cautioned them yesterday on making sure that we use language that schools can understand, that we speak to them from a school health perspective as well. KU Med and the Masonic Cancer Alliance, they are using this as a research opportunity as well. So there's multiple facets to this, but at the heart of it, from my perspective, and what I will be emphasizing throughout, is that the goal is to give schools the tools by which they can have a positive impact on vaping in their schools and make a healthier environment for students and staff. Regardless of the data that is collected, that's ultimately my goal for this endeavor. As I mentioned, the task force has been around for 2 years, and at our last task force meeting, we decided that we needed to update the subgroups. So the new subgroups, we have 4 subgroups, and that is state policy, regulation, and enforcement is one of them. And this is a combination. We had a state policy subgroup and a regulation and enforcement subgroup. And it just made sense now that we have a little bit of history behind us that these need to be combined into one. So we took 2 subgroups and combined them into one. Parents and community awareness and education. We had a community awareness and education, but we did not specifically address parents. And we wanted to put parents into the title of this subgroup because we want to emphasize and reach out to parents because they are a critical piece in this. School policies and procedures was actually, it's a new subgroup. We did the work on school policies and procedures under regulation and enforcement, But again, kind of looking at it now, we need to be able to focus specifically on school policies and procedures, so we created a subgroup. And the discipline and cessation subgroup, that is a carryover. We had one previously, and that is the ECHO for Education initiative is an outgrowth of the work of the discipline and cessation group. One thing that I want to emphasize is that we brought up the topic of mental health, and we didn't think that it warranted being a separate subgroup because it has relations, it has an impact in a number of these. So we want to, I just want to highlight the fact that we are making sure that each of the subgroups are going to address mental health with their work wherever it's relevant to them. So the next steps that we're looking at doing, one, we are targeting September 1st as a date to send materials and resources out to schools. We know schools have an awful lot on their plate, still dealing with COVID-19 and policies and procedures surrounding that. So we wanted to give schools an opportunity to get kind of their feet under them. Part of our plan is to redistribute previous materials. We've created a number of materials that we feel are helpful for schools, but they're only in English. So we want to translate those into Spanish and send out those versions as well. And the subgroups will meet in August, and they will determine their priorities, and we will meet as an entire task force in September. So that's my update. I was intended to be short and sweet. It's short, at least. So open to any questions or...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple questions. So where exactly are we on cessation?
The cessation, the ECHO for Education is a large part of what we're doing, because we're trying to figure out what resources are needed in a school and what personnel are needed to be able to have an impact on cessation. That's a primary focus of the ECHO. And that's going to be wrapped up in December. And at that point, we're hopefully going to take lessons learned and be able to share that with all of the schools.
Well, you train the resource officer or the counselor or the administrator or whatever. How do they get kids to quit?
That's the million-dollar question.
Is that what our ECHO training is? I mean, I'm
it's
struggling how they're going to get kids to quit. I mean, I know adults, like you give them alternative drugs, you know, and they get off of it sooner or later, but evidently that's not an option for those under 18.
Yeah, I see it as twofold. One of them is to continue to focus on the education piece pre-initiation to get them to never start. But then the other is to make sure that, I believe that we've identified some good cessation options, cessation resources that students can tap into. What we don't know is how to lead them there.
Is that the goal of ECHO?
That is, I think that's a primary goal of ECHO, to find out, because we're going to be surveying the schools each time, and the schools, all of the pilot schools are going to come up with a plan that they're going to share with us, and then there's going to be a follow-up in the spring. And the student cessation is a critical piece of that evaluation piece.
Because I know before you'd said they have some online cessation programs, but so far, none of them had really had any results. Is
Right.
that still the
And
case?
Yeah, that is still the case, and that's what we're trying, that's part of what we want to figure out is why students aren't accessing that, and so what things can we put in place to incentivize them or get them to to take advantage or utilize those resources.
Well, I thought and I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, if this is too many, but I didn't think the problem was necessarily kids weren't accessing it, but this online program doesn't work.
No, I.
You think it works? if
I
they-
think that in terms of if you're comparing it to part of the problem with overcoming dependence or overcoming addiction is the success rate is extremely low regardless of the
Yeah.
population. And so my understanding is that we feel good about the resources and the potential that they have. We just aren't having enough students access them.
Okay. I mean, it's probably hard. I mean, we've got tens of thousands of kids out there who are hooked on this stuff.
Yes.
So how do we identify them?
Well, that's in part why we want the school counselors and school nurses part of the teams, because they're the ones who are most likely to be able to see them, with the exception of the resource officers. Those three are probably the most likely to be able to identify or know which students are vaping.
Maybe we need AA clubs in high schools for
Yeah,
kids
I
who
mean,
vape. Yeah.
if what comes out of it is support groups, student-led support groups, or student-centered support groups, I think that certainly could be warranted.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you for the questions, Ann.
Thank you, Chairman Porter. Another thing we talked about were coaches, athletics, being able to see firsthand what's going on with their breathing, sluggishness, not able to, quickly winded if they are vaping. You can see that. I have a brother that noticed that with a team out in Colorado, his own team, and he thought, what is going on with these, they're very good athletes and coming off after taking a break after just being on the field for 2 minutes. So those are things we talked about as well, are the coaches being able to talk about that with their kids, and it goes right in along with our policy with abuse, substance abuse. So that they're the ones that are probably going to see the most impact are the coaches.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
This is a peripheral question, but the issue of the 21 law has been on our agenda for a while. How far did that get? And
Not very far. What they are hoping is that a skinny 21 will work its way through the legislature next year. Sarah Prem from the American Lung Association has been given some reassurances from some legislators that it will be worked in the spring. There are federal funds that are tied to that, tied to them taking action on that and adopting it by the end of the next legislative session. So I think that is very highly, there's a high probability that Tobacco 21 will be in place next year. The real question is how many addendums or how many amendments are made to that. And what they're hoping is that the people that I work with are hoping for a skinny 21 where it's just let's address age and we'll attack other issues so that it doesn't get watered down and minimized in the process.
so something's better than nothing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I see no further questions. Need to thank you, Mark.
Okay, thank
I
you.
need to
Ben,
remind-
do you still have your appetite?
And
Well, you didn't want me to ruin your appetite, so.
I would remind you that the policy committee meets upstairs in the 6th floor and that we will reconvene at 1:30.
Thank
We
you,
are
and
in
I'll
recess.
see you this afternoon.
Okay, we are back in order. At this time, the commissioner has an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. I know he's got to leave, but sitting here, coming around the pillar, we have our new social studies, humanities consultant, Nathan McAllister, and he'd just like to say hi to everyone.
Happy to be here, hoping to get started and get going with HGSS and all the good things we're going to do in the state of Kansas.
Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We've got some exciting celebration to do
Yes,
today,
sir.
Mr. Porter.
And one of the things that we enjoy most is recognizing quality work of students, and we are very excited about that. And I believe Joshua Snyder, are you going to make the introductions?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Snyder is the Seaman Middle School principal.
Good afternoon. How are you? I am going to make my introduction short because it's not me you're looking forward to hearing from. I am Joshua Snyder, Middle School Principal at Seaman. With us today, we do have Mrs. Fernandez Flores, the Director of Secondary Education, and two outstanding teachers from the middle school, Mr. Johnson and Mr. Shu. And without further ado, I'm going to hand this off to them.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us here today. Mr. Shu and I are thrilled to be able to introduce to you today three outstanding students who are going to share their National History Day performance with you over the course of the past school year. They had the opportunity to create and research a National History Day performance that eventually made it to the national level of competition and then was selected. They were one out of 20 groups selected by the National Women's History Museum in Washington, D.C. to be a part of their virtual showcase. So again, I am thrilled to introduce to you today Miley Proplish, Emily Payne, and Emma Nord, who are going to share their presentation with you. Ella Shipley is also part of their group, but she was not able to be here today. So I'll go ahead and have the students come to the podium.
Hi, I'm Emily Payne. I'm going to be a freshman, and I'm the narrator in our performance.
My name is Emma Nord. I'm also going to be a freshman at Seaman High School, and I play Hetty Lamar in our performance.
Hi, my name's Miley. I'm going to be a freshman, and I played both a Navy officer and a talk show host.
The reason we chose to do Hetty Lamar for our project was because the theme was communication. And many people didn't know this, but she was actually the creator of an invention called frequency hopping, which is the basis for many modern day inventions, including Bluetooth and Wi-Fi, which we know we use daily now. And frequency hopping came to light because they were in a war and the Navy had devices that would just be on one frequency, so it was easy to hack. And so she and her partner, George Anthell, decided to make an invention that would change the frequencies so that it would be hopping frequencies, which then sprouted the name.
We also found the story of how Hetty came to invent things like these really inspiring, considering the fact that she was well known for being a very famous actress, but she also had a sort of hidden kind of life where she was a very, very good scientist, and she created lots of other really interesting inventions.
Hi, I'm Emily Payne. Hi, I'm Ella Shipley. Hi, I'm Miley Proplish.
Hi, I'm Emma Nord, and this is our junior group performance entitled Hetty Lamar, More Than Just a Pretty Face.
Hetty Lamar was a co-inventor of Hi, I'm Miley Proplish.
Hi, I'm Emma Nord, and this is our junior group performance entitled Hetty Lamar, More Than Just a Pretty Face.
Hetty Lamar was a co-inventor of one of the most important inventions that we still use today. Even the people around Lamar underestimated her academic ability. She was a key contributor to frequency hopping, the basis for many modern inventions, including Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. This invention is still a vital piece of the overall puzzle regarding how people communicate today.
I was born Hedwig Eva Marie Keisler amidst World War I, Austria, November 19th, 1914. At the age of 16, my parents sent me to a finishing school where I was discovered by film director Max Reinhardt, and I took the stage named Hedy Lamarr.
She began acting in one of her more popular films. She was noticed by arms merchant Frederick Mandel. They soon married, and he forbade Hedy from acting ever again. However, some good things came out of their marriage. Hedy attended a few of his war meetings where they discussed the problems with torpedoes and other military weapons. The men did not think she was capable of understanding what they were talking about. However, she would take notes at the conferences on a napkin, and those notes became the foundation of the invention she was soon to create. She escaped her marriage with Mandel in 1937 and went to Hollywood, where in the summer of 1940, she met George Antle, who was a famous music composer.
We became good friends and were often found talking about Hedy's life with Mandel and the knowledge she gained of military technology. We both took a particular interest in torpedoes and their jamming problem.
This started as an idea and soon turned into an important step in the technology creation process. Now we set the scene at a Hollywood dinner party where George Antle and Hedy Lamarr first meet. George was composing scores for many filmmakers that wanted to write popular movies at the time, and Hedy was invited because of her fame and new career. They sat down and started talking.
So I heard you're married to Frederick Mandel.
Oh, not anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's fine. He was very controlling, so we separated.
Wasn't he an arms merchant for the Nazis?
Yes, that's where I learned everything I know about military technology.
Oh, really? Did you happen to learn anything about torpedoes?
Yes, that was a very popular conversation topic among my ex-husband and his war associates. The war generals my husband conversed with are very worried about the jamming problem.
I'm familiar with torpedoes, but I haven't heard very much about them being jammed.
Yes, apparently the frequency used to guide the torpedoes is hacked, meaning the torpedoes get jammed.
That seems like a serious issue. Is there any solution?
Not that I know of.
Oh, well, I have to go.
Yes, we must talk about this later.
Some time after their first encounter at the dinner party, George and Hedy met to continue their conversation of war weapons and torpedoes. Hedy had been contemplating the discussion and maybe thought of a way to solve the military's jamming problem.
George, I believe I found a solution to our torpedo jamming problem.
What are you thinking, Hedy?
Well, I think we should have the frequencies hop between channels so the torpedoes will be harder to jam.
That's quite an impressive thought, but how would we do it?
Well, considering the fact that one frequency is harder to hack than multiple, we should have the frequencies jump between channels.
That's a smart idea. We can program the weapons to have their frequencies hop between channels as they are traveling from point to point. Therefore, it'll be harder to alter the direction and destination of the torpedo.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking.
This looks like it could work. We need to get started on this right away.
The concept of frequency hopping was to create a wireless signal that hopped from frequency to frequency, making it difficult to jam or track. Using Hedy's knowledge of torpedoes and George's knowledge of pianos, they managed to create a device kind of like a player piano, where instead of having a radio transmission on one frequency, they had signals that could be sent over multiple frequencies between the transmitter and the receiver. The enemy would only perceive them as a random series of blips on any one frequency. They filed for a patent for their secret communication system on June 10, 1941, and in August of 1942, they received one. Then, they took their invention to the United States Navy.
Excuse me, sir. My colleague and I have come to you with a proposal to improve your technology for your torpedoes. Sorry, we don't take proposals. Please just listen to our idea. And why should I?
We've been nothing but kind to you, and we have an idea here that just may help you against the Nazis. And you can't take 5 minutes out of your day to look at our proposal?
Fine, I suppose. Our proposal is over the U.S. Navy torpedo problem by utilizing different radio waves and learning how to send a message through multiple frequencies. It is almost impossible to decipher the code from an outsider's perspective. This will improve communication between ships and... As much as I would love to get this to someone else in my department, I don't know if I can trust you two. I mean, who are you?
Oh, I'm Hedy Lamarr.
You're that one actress from Ecstasy. This is war business. You're a woman, not to mention the fact that you're an immigrant. Excuse me, we're trying to help you with your technology.
George, it's okay. Let's go.
The U.S. Navy felt like the device was too heavy and bulky to put inside a torpedo. They also thought a problem as serious as torpedo jamming couldn't be solved by a Hollywood actress and a composer. To prove her loyalty to the U.S. Navy, Hedy started selling war bonds and was giving a kiss to anyone who got $25,000 worth. She sold over $7 million in bonds. In the 1950s, talk shows were a new and popular thing. We opened on the set of a talk show where George and Hedy are waiting to start.
Hello, and welcome back to Get the Scoop. Today we're joined by Hedy Lamarr and George Antle. Let's hear a little bit about them, shall we? Hedy, we'll start with you. Tell us a little about yourself.
Well, I'm an actress.
How interesting. How do you like being an actress?
It's very fun. It's a very busy life, but you do meet lots of fabulous people.
You make that sound so exciting. What's the most exciting part about being an actress, in your opinion, of course?
Probably the attention. I mean, you get to sign autographs and everyone seems to know who you are.
Wow, now let's talk about your colleague here, George Anthel. Now, George, I hear you've made quite the name for yourself in the realm of music. What's your favorite piece you've composed?
My favorite piece that I've composed would probably be my ballet mécanique.
Oh, I've listened to that piece. Quite enjoyable, actually. Now, I've heard some rumors that you two have been working on some interesting new invention recently. Do tell us what it's all about.
Well, we were initially curious about the Navy's current issues regarding the Nazis and torpedo jamming, but one night, Hetty here had an idea. She told me that if you have a frequency that hops between a multitude of channels, it will become increasingly harder to jam. She thought we could use this idea to better control the communication between torpedoes and ships. We've been giving this interesting query a lot of thought, and so far we've gotten a lot accomplished in our new invention.
Wow. What's the name of this brilliant invention?
We call it frequency hopping. It's very complicated, but it works quite well.
Now, I would have thought you two were busy enough with all your other activities. So tell me, when did you find the time to work on this?
Well, I have a lab in my trailer, and in between filming my movies, we work on it in there.
Yes, and when I wasn't busy, we would meet up and discuss it. We also talked on the telephone many times.
Unfortunately, this will conclude Get the Scoop featuring Hetty Lamar and George Anthel. See you next time, everybody.
Hetty and George didn't receive much compensation for their invention of frequency hopping. By the 1950s, Sylvania Electronic System Division had replaced their invention with something similar. They had taken the documented ideas of Lamar's design and turned it into an electronic system. This was after the patent had expired for it. I never received much credit for our invention while I was alive. I died at age 59 on February 12, 1958. After George died, Hetty stopped acting and began inventing more frequently. When she got older, she was ashamed of the way she looked.
It wasn't until I was 80 years old that I began to receive credit for my inventions. I died on January 9th, 2000. 14 years later, I was inducted into the National Inventors Hall of Fame, and I received the Bowlby and Nass Spirit of Achievement Bronze Award.
Although Lamar and Anthel's invention of frequency hopping was ignored at first, the technology that they created, patented in 1942, was used during the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, 20 years later. Many accessible forms of communication that we today use utilize this feature, as well as less accessible forms used by the military.
Although the technology has been altered, the foundation laid back then by Hetty Lamar and George Anthel is still affecting and improving our daily lives, including how we communicate today. Hi, I'm Emily Payne. Hi, I'm Ella.
Do you guys have any questions or comments?
Yes. Ann?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope everybody's as impressed with these ladies as I am. This is just a wonderful presentation. I want to thank you for all your work on it, you guys. That was terrific. And, I'm not really surprised that this came out of Seaman, because Seaman's received at least 2 Civic Action Network awards. And last week, where's Danita? Some folks from Seaman helped me do a presentation for the League of Women Voters about their civic engagement, because people want to know, what are schools doing in civic engagement? So if you want a good model, Seaman School District is it, and I think these ladies are proof in person. So thank you so much.
We're always impressed whenever we see students do tremendous jobs, and I'm sure your school, your parents, your teachers, and everybody else is very proud of what you've done, as are we, and you're well deserving of the accolades that you're going to receive. Thank you so much. We appreciate you being here. Are there other questions or comments from Randy? Yes, Randy.
Go ahead.
I just had a question. How did you land on Hetty Lamar as the subject of your presentation?
Well, we initially kind of knew we wanted to do something about a woman in history, because we thought it'd be really fun and kind of empowering. But I had actually done a project in 5th grade about Hetty Lamar, and I thought it was really interesting, and I kind of wanted to be able to dive more into the topic, and we figured doing a performance was kind of the best way to emulate her life.
Do you have any plans to have another presentation or do another event like this with maybe a different subject?
We have the chance to do National History Day in high school, although we don't yet know if we will be able to, considering our schedules are definitely changing, and they will be changing over the next 4 years. I would like to. I don't know about my teammates. I think it'd be fun to do it again because I really enjoyed it, but it's also, we really don't know with the coming 4 years if we'll be able to.
Once again, it was very impressive. As a matter of fact, I learned a lot that I didn't know, and I appreciate that. So you can learn after you get to be old. But thank you very much. Thank you for your teachers. Thank you for the support that you received, and we look forward to seeing great things from all three of you in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And at this point, we're going to receive higher education preparation standards for school psychologists. Michelle.
Thank you, Chairman Porter, members of the board. Dr. Watson, I'm here today with Dr. Persinger from Pittsburgh State University to talk just Emporia State University. We just had this guy. No, that was close. Thank you. Thank you. Just jump in anytime. We had this conversation about who was where, and I had it again with Susan down the hallway, so thank you. This, as a reminder, is information for you all today on the higher education preparation program standards for school psychologists. These are not relative to pre-K-12. These are the standards that are used to prepare school psychologists. And I think that Dr. Persinger can answer any in-depth questions you might have about this process. Bless you. Catherine is taking some much-needed vacation time, and so she asked me to step in with you all today. The preparation standards are developed and submitted to the Evaluation Review Committee and others to ensure that the teacher candidates have access to learning opportunities aligned with learners' expectations of teachers. They do this work with two types of standards, the professional education standards, and then they also look at content standards. And you've got a description of each of those as well. Some of the changes that have occurred in the school psychologist pre-K-12 preparation programming are to update vocabulary and topics, including the current needs of the field, included social, emotional, and equity issues, added additional evidence-based practices, added system-level practices, and also added prevention intervention systems, including more emphasis on mental health. They clarified that decision-making occurs at the individual, group, systems level and occurs within a multi-tiered systems of support to match language of our public school systems. Clarified that consultation and collaboration applies to individuals, families, groups, and systems. Added deeper information about intervention strategies for behavior, social, emotional functioning, and allowed for evidence-based practices there. Added information on safe and effective supportive environments for students and staff members. Expanded a school-wide, district-wide focused on creating a framework to support crisis intervention, response, and recovery, as well as included preventative, responsive services and practices. And again, deeper questions than that, I have some support with me today, so we're happy to answer any questions that you all might have.
And I'd like to give a little framework for how...
Microphone, please.
Here you go, sir.
Sorry.
There are three people that are listening, so thank you.
A little framework for how these licensure standards have historically applied, at least for school psychologists, is that there are national licensing standards. And so typically, including the current Kansas school psychologist licensure standards are the national standards, except the national standards updated 2 years ago. So we're still on the 2010 standards. So essentially our committee combed through the standards to see if there was anything inconsistent or incompatible with Kansas regulations policy. And in one case, we found one aspect that was removed, and otherwise it's essentially the national standards adopted. That facilitates
program candidates to receive board certification. It facilitates people moving across state lines, for instance, without losing their license.
And this may not apply, but that doesn't generally stop me. We are constantly being asked to address bullying. I would assume that school psychologists have to be part of that equation. And can you tell me how or where that's addressed in the standards?
Yes, in fact, some of the key changes have really emphasized those aspects. If you look at former standards, they're primarily reactive. So for instance, the school psychologist develops the competencies to come in the aftermath of difficulties and help restore equilibrium or move students, along to in their performance. Some of the key changes to these standards emphasize prevention services and systems level services. That recognizes, for instance, and I should also say, also emphasizes social emotional learning as a core kind of component to academic learning. So for instance, a child who feels that they belong and are welcome in their classroom and feel that their contributions are valued is far more likely to graduate, is far more likely to show up every day, and is far more likely to be ready to learn. So focusing on bullying at not only the classroom, but the building and the district level is a key aspect to, as one example of prevention kind of services.
Is that specifically addressed or implied?
It is specifically addressed.
Okay.
And I think Catherine provided crosswalk information from the old to the new with greater detail on that. And if as you review that, you don't see that specificity, let me know, but I think you will. That was a particular area of concern. One of the pieces that I love about Kansas is that we do have this, we don't just adopt those national standards, we have an opportunity to make them our Kansas standards. And alignment to your state board vision was evidenced in that standards process.
Okay, thank you. Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Great standards. For the 3 people that may be online, and for others that may just wanted the information, what the heck does a school psychologist do? And don't give
I've
it
got
to me.
a 3-hour pitch on that if we have time.
I thought you might. That's why I was
you have
hesitant.
3 minutes.
And, just what do you do? What's the value of a school psychologist?
The origin of school psychologists really started in the field of clinical psychology, and as states, as the
Okay, I don't want
country.
to interrupt you. What do you do?
We are responsible for helping assure that any student who is struggling to meet their potential has access to what they need to succeed. That can include students with learning disabilities, students who have social emotional kinds of problems and need some resilience building activities, or gifted students.
So you work with students?
We do. We do work directly.
Really?
We
Okay,
do.
good. Nice to know. I'm being serious.
Yeah,
It costs a lot of money to have a school psychologist.
it does.
And people don't understand why a school psychologist is there.
That,
And many people never see you work with anybody. They see you come in, they see you leave, you chair an IEP team, you help with, maybe some intervention issues, but, okay. Help the people understand why you're there.
Sorry for my interruptions. I get excited that you brought up this topic because it does reiterate the importance of these.
I'm serious.
Me too. The importance of them being valued in that IEP, building level decision, valued in the wraparound
So they help
services
in
for the child.
special ed? They
Yes.
lead the special ed
Yes,
and
yes. They help
services?
there. They help regular ed. They help with
Help writing
assessments. They
IEPs?
help data. They help bring in expertise that we don't necessarily have in the public schools. And the value of that expertise is like none other from the school psychologist standpoint.
And what you'll find emphasized in the standards, when it comes to MTSS services, recognizes 30 years ago when I started as a school psychologist, we were essentially full-time special ed folks, and we were the gatekeepers to special ed. So our involvement with students would be to take a student in third or fourth grade who's already behind 2 years academically and helping determine their eligibility for services for learning disability. The majority of our time goes towards general education students, and one of the key metrics for success is that the student doesn't need special education because we worked with them earlier and proactively.
And school psychologists are required.
If there were, indeed, yes. The plethora of them is, we need more. We need more to do these very things.
We share them across schools.
That's correct.
So they're transient many times. They're moving between 3, 4, 5 schools, cooperatives, so on.
Yes.
Service centers. We don't have enough of them. And they're essential to the success of our schools for individual students. Now, a lot of people don't see psychologists unless they meet them in the doorway. And it's very, and I get this question all the time. What do they do? You know, and they don't do a really good job of explaining what they do.
And I was
But
gonna
thank
wait-
you for doing it, and it's very important. We need them here, but we also need to be able to answer that question, you know, for the folks, even the school folks, you know, teachers and principals. You know, there is not much training that goes on at least they didn't years ago. Maybe they do a better job now, but where an administrator understands the relationship between administration and management and school psychologists in the school setting.
And I
So
was gonna
thank you very
wait-
much.
I was gonna wait for this, and Michelle, you're next, but they brought up something I need to follow up on, then I'll call on you. I was at the state convention for school psychologists a couple of years ago. And this kind of reflects on something you've already said. And so I asked them what they did. Same question. And they were, it could be just this group. I sit at a table of 7 or 8, you know, however many sit around those round tables. And virtually all of their time was spent as the gatekeeper for special education. And they didn't believe that they have significant skills, they have significant training, they can be involved in so many other things, but they were this group that I was with, and I assumed that it was representative, but it may not have been, were concerned that they were not being able to do what they were trained to do, that they could help everybody, because most of their time was being spent dealing with special education, and they felt like they needed to be a lot more of them, and they needed a lot more time to do that. I mean, I'm not expecting, that's just an observation that I made. So I think there's still those that believe that they're spending all their time just as the gatekeeper for special education, which is a critical role. But there's so many more other needs right now, and I'm not arguing, I'm just merely pointing out what I think. Michelle?
Thank you, Chairman Porter. So I just want to clarify, so school psychologists, I just want to make sure, it sounds like a lot are dealing with IEPs, so they're never with a child without the parent involvement. If IEPs are mostly always, a parent is almost always.
Correct.
I mean, I would think 100% of the time are involved in IEPs. So they're not ever meeting with a child without either the parent there or the parent has been involved in that and signed
By
off on
law.
it. I'm sorry?
By law.
By law, yes, okay, correct. You had something else you brought up, Jim, I'm trying to think, I lost train of thought on my other question. Oh, so as far as like, you're saying we need more, I'm just trying to figure out, if we're needing more and more counselors, more and more social workers, more and more, what is going on in the schools that we're needing more rather than having it be temporary or an end date, or let's try to, if you're saying we need this constantly or we need this ongoing, are we looking at some of the roots of the problem as why some of this stuff is developing? That would be my biggest concern is let's look at what's happening over time and why we have so many that are needing to be, rather than a referral from the school. Like, I would go to a faith-based, if I need psych counseling for my child or whatever, we would go to a faith-based counselor outside on our own. We would do that on our own, find that on our own, and they're available. So I'm just trying to figure out why we don't do more referrals rather than, and free market type things, rather than trying to get so many people involved within the school districts. That's my biggest question, is just looking at more data as far as like trends and what's going on, why we're needing so many more. And I keep getting emails after emails from newly grads or somebody graduated, hey, you need more counselors in your school. I'm getting ready to graduate from so-and-so in Kansas. I mean, I'm getting those emails, and so I'm just trying to figure out, is it like are they just trying to find jobs? I don't know. I'm not sure what the pattern is, but I had a lot come through within 1 month's time. And it was really close to their graduation time, and so I'm thinking, I just want to throw that out there. I want to make sure that we're being open and transparent as far as why we're needing so many, what is going on in the schools that we're needing so many. And is it just certain areas of Kansas, or is it certain part, I don't know. I just want to know a little bit more about that. So
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
And to refer on that, it's not just what's going on in school, it's what's going on in society. There's a whole lot more than just what goes on in the school. I know in my area, and I'm not trying to be argumentative, but in my area, there would be a whole lot of people that couldn't afford to go outside if the school was not providing those services. There are places where there are, but that is also a difference in area. Jean.
I just wanted to encourage the standards to promote more involvement by school psychologists in school-wide, district-wide climate and attention to the issues that are showing up in our surveys, the communities that care surveys that students are experiencing. Bullying, of course, is one, but we have, suicide issues, we have self-harm, drug involvement. I really think that our school psychologists could be a key player in promoting positive school environments and positive cultures that will minimize this activity, along with what Michelle was talking about. And I'd like to see the standards promote that role for them, as opposed to, involving them so much with the results of not doing that with individual students. So if we could encourage that portion of their duties, I think that would be really helpful from an overall perspective, and hopefully minimize the issues that they have to deal with otherwise.
Thank you.
Thank you. What I've looked through has been really excellent, and I just would like to see more of an overall look at it. Thank you.
These comments all really intersect, because Jim's right. If you grab the average school psychologist and discuss what role are you in, you'll find that it is a fraction of the standards. And that is to their great frustration, as I supervise up to 24 interns every year, and they've been trained in a wide range of mostly prevention services. And they find themselves in most areas of Kansas in areas where they are relegated to putting out fires, which mostly means they're working with special ed students and not affecting any other level except the individual student who already is struggling and trying to get them support. So there's been that disconnect for a very long time, and so much of it is because we have always had a focus in mental health as a society and in our schools on it being a reactive kind of thing, and we wait until a student's in crisis before we provide them help. When we have 40 years of data that says it doesn't have to be that way, you can promote resilience and problem solving, and screen for students as young as 8 or 9 and recognize pathologies that will manifest. And you can predict those things, and we've known that for a very long time, but we tend to not have provide the focus on resources that lets us serve children at that level, and instead, for instance, counseling and psychological services are for students at the back end after they really need help, and it's much more difficult to address.
Ann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's in your folder, but you'll find my student voice report from visiting the Student Council State Conference and the CAKE Leadership Camp. And our Student Voice Committee, Melanie and Betty and I, are really trying to get out and visit these state conferences and chat with kids. So among some other things, the one question I asked all of them is, what is one issue students are dealing with that adults should pay more attention to? And the number one answer across the board, mental health. The kids would go, oh, yeah, and they'd tell stories about what their fellow students were dealing with and how much help they needed and that they wanted from the school. And I know, well, we talk about ACEs, those adverse, childhood experiences, and if you talk to people, teachers who've been in the business a long time and ask them what's the one thing that's changed, they'll say the students. Because, well, you guys know what adverse childhood experiences are, but like if your parents got divorced or thrown out of the house or dad went to jail or something, if any one of those had happened to me as a kid, everybody in town would have known, But we have kindergartners coming into schools in East Topeka that have 5 or 6 of these. And it not only changes, as you know, the way they learn, but it actually changes their brains. And so I just appreciate everything, what they say, we need more psychologists, and the kids affirm that. Besides that, every local school board I've been to, if it wasn't money, it was mental health is the big issue they're dealing with. So thank you for the work on this. It's really good.
Ben?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really like the layout of this, of these standards, and appreciate the work that they do. And kind of going off of Mrs. Clifford's point, in a way of getting it out there, most school psychologists, based on my experience, have been hired by the SPED co-op. And I know we want to involve them in those school conversations. I don't know that they have enough man hours to do their primary function. And just the Rice County, my home county, that's Chase, Lyons, Little River, and Sterling that, they'd have to be a part of and know their inner workings and all that stuff. And how much, so some of I have a concern with the workload. I agree. That means we need more. And in terms of that, because a lot of them aren't hired district by district. They're hired by co-op and SPED services and those organizations and servicing multiple districts at a time. In terms of that, but with that, how much of that work also overlaps with the school counselor role? Because a lot of what we're talking is also what school counselors do. I'm not, there's a little bit different of expertise in looking at, but a lot of that work that we're also talking about, developing those plans, will work with the school counselors, and how much of our standards overlap with the standards of our school counseling licensure.
I'm not familiar with the current standards for school counselors, but I was asked that question about 10 years ago when the issue was raised about don't we have redundancy in services between the school counselors, psychologists, and social workers? And at the time, Ken Weaver and I, the dean of the Teachers College, laid out the standards side by side, and there was almost no overlap. Okay. If I had to characterize in terms of skill sets, between counselors and psychologists. The counselors are primarily addressing individual services for students in crisis, and the school psychologists emphasize what's needed to prevent them from getting to that point to begin with, and running universal screens to recognize students who are struggling.
And that goes back to Mr. McNeese's point, what do you guys do? Yeah. And when I'm hearing that stuff, I'm like, well, don't school counselors do that? And that is what we needed to hear is like, okay, so what is the difference between a school counselor and you? And I know at the secondary level, counselors also do post-secondary work, which is a completely different field in terms of that. And so I appreciate that answer and that clarification for my benefit, but also helps us say, hey, this is why this job is important and why you need to be at the table. And is there ways that we can help school counselors and school psychs? And I imagine they work together, but create a tighter knit and have more collaboration among all the people that do emotional supports in our schools, which would then lessen the burden on school psychs to be part of those conversations, because then counselors and school psychs are on the same page, and counselors typically are in a building versus multiple buildings in terms of that. So anyway, thank you for my ramblings, Mr. Chair.
Mr. McNeese.
Well, since I started all of this, I'll come back to it. School psychologists are little seen, little heard, but impact schools dramatically. If you have a good psychologist, even a fraction of time, they can guide administrators, counselors, and others in providing services. Sometimes they work better with professionals, with the professionals doing what they do, but also with students and student groups and so on. Regrettably, some of the folks we've talked about here today, psychologists, guidance counselors, and social workers and so on, are so bogged down with paperwork for legality issues that they sometimes seem to spend more time making sure we're legally protected than actually servicing the students. You know, and that's really terrible, because we're usually with fractions of time on those. But I can say from my own personal experiences how valuable psychologists were to the operation and the management and the culture and the climate of a school. You know, so thank you very much for what you do. My question was not to be challenging in terms of, but so many people misunderstand what psychologists do, let alone counselors and social workers and even nurses, you know. But without you, we would not be in as good a shape as we are, you know, and you service and help many people, from the professionals in the building, you know, to the students and to parents, you know. So thank you for those. And thank you for the standards. These are excellent standards that colleges and universities can follow in preparing, you know, professionals for working in schools and providing that support in that climate, positive climate and culture. So thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Porter, and thank you for service and also the standards. You know, one of the things that we found in 15, Kansan said, yes, we want more counselors, social workers, school psychs, and we want them working with students. What we've learned, as Michelle said, over that time is we added a significant number of social workers, we added a significant number of counselors. Quite frankly, we didn't add very many school psychs because they just were not available. But what we learned is that partnerships, public-private partnerships, even outside the school, allowed us a much broader reach. So because then, so there's a therapist also in this whole team that you talk about between the mental health. And so we've learned that if we've got a proper team that can also have people in our schools that serve in county mental health or other ways, we can serve families in the summer when school's not in session, and we can do other things. So we've got a lot of work to do in this area. I appreciate the standards. Mainly it's a body. We don't have enough bodies. We need more people to go into school psychology and then help with referrals. So thank you.
And we thank you very much, and this will be an action item next month.
Yes. Thank you.
so
Great
much.
feedback. Thank you.
And at this point, Mark, Kent, and Angie are going to talk to us about screen time. Angie's changed.
Well, good afternoon, Chairman Porter, board members, and Commissioner Watson. Angie is not here yet. We had her scheduled last, so hopefully she'll be here by the time we get to her portion. But as you mentioned, I am joined by Dr. Stephen King and Kent Reed, who I believe you are very familiar with both of them, as am I. Through our presentation, we will attempt to offer parameters on the amount of screen time that is considered adequate or recommended versus excessive. We will address some of the concerns that have been raised regarding the impact of screen time on various wellness and health aspects, such as physical, social, emotional, and psychological. We'll offer some recommendations on the amount of screen time children should be exposed to based on their age. We'll provide responses to some of the questions that were posed by members of the state board. Time will likely not allow us to address all of the questions, but we'll do our best to get through many of them. Our intent is to address screen time from a whole child perspective, to provide a multidimensional view of the issue and factors impacting screen time. Finally, we'll provide some information to address legal and administrative concerns for schools. Go the other way. So, adequate versus excessive. Regarding adequate versus excessive screen time, these are the recommendations by the American Academy of Pediatrics. And as you can see, for preschoolers ages 3 to 5, they recommend up to 1 hour per day. For ages 6 through 10, the elementary school, up to 1 to 1.5 hours. And for middle school, ages 11 to 13, up to 2 hours a day. However, as the bottom bullet indicates, they don't differentiate between school and non-school time. And that's going to be a constant theme that you're going to hear, at least from me, is that when we're talking about screen time, what we would like to do is like to focus on what the schools have responsibility for during the school day. But it's difficult, it has been difficult for me at least, to find research or guidance that separates screen time, school-specific screen time to out-of-school screen time. So we'll do our best to try to focus on what schools can do. To get a sense of any current guidance for screen time from KSDE, I looked at both the Navigating Change and Navigating Next documents. And these were the references that I found when I searched for screen time. There is one reference in Navigating Change for screen time. And as you can see, it focuses on the amount of, the length of attention span or ability to time that a student can focus. And you're looking at up to 5 to 10 minutes, depending on age, older students up to 15 to 18 minutes. And a general recommendation to avoid screen time, to not have multiple hours of screen time. But again, no guidance on how much is too much. And in Navigating Next, there were no references to screen time as part of that. So among the questions that we were asked, one of them was are districts tracking, or can districts track screen time? And Angie, Dr. King and Kent and I got together and we went through these, tried to answer them to the extent that we could. And on this one, basically not likely. It's not likely that most school districts are monitoring screen time. Some of this was done or attempted in remote learning, but not much. Is there data that indicates devices improve academic outcomes? Honestly, the jury is still out. Most of the research has a small n size. There's very little large studies that have been done that look at this relationship. Sorry, this is not a COVID cough. This is a dry throat cough. Apps, the question was, are there some that are best, and should there be blacklists or whitelists for apps? Our collective thought was that it's unrealistic to keep up with app development. There's so much that comes through all the time. And then you also have the issue of local control in terms of what they determine as good or bad. Data on retention improvement through use of devices, we're not aware of any correlational studies comparing traditional versus the use of devices on retention. Screen time linked to behavioral issues, this is the one area where we do have research. Most research indicates excessive screen time is linked to behavioral issues. The challenge is in determining what is excessive for each student. And that will be based on age, it will be based on a number of other factors. Are there recommendations on how breaks from screens should be offered? And we weren't real clear on the direction of this question, but I looked at it from my involvement with Active Schools, and we've done extensive training across the state on the implementation of brain breaks in schools. And that not related to screen time, just instructional time. And again, that kind of goes back to the guidance on under navigating change, where they're looking at 10 minutes or 15 minutes maximum, and that was in terms of the amount of time a student can focus. And we encourage teachers to take breaks every 15 to 20 minutes to get kids up and get them moving. But again, that wasn't specific to screen time. Are there recommendations on the amount of screen time for homework? Short answer, no. Parental right option to request excluding one-to-one technology instruction. We're unsure of what would happen if a parent exercised the opt-out of a student. And I do believe, and I think I see Angie coming in through the doors right now, I believe Angie is going to be addressing this when we get to her portion. What's the appropriate age for use of internet and what specific educational purposes? The Academy, American Academy of Pediatrics guidelines do address this thank you so much, to a certain extent. However, we haven't found much that is specific to school screen time. Again, told you that would be a consistent theme. Agencies and experts, who are the agencies and experts KSDE recognizes as experts in child development? We look at KDHE. We have quite a bit of interaction and work with KDHE, the Kansas and American Pediatrics Associations, Children's Mercy staff, Kansas Social Workers Association, American and Kansas School Counselors Association, KFERD, which is the state physical education professional organization, and Shape America, which is the national physical education professional organization. I want to emphasize that not all screen time is the same. Screen time, there's passive screen time, there is active screen time, there is interactive screen time, and they aren't all the same, and they don't impact a child or an individual the same. Passive is that sedentary screen time where you're just sitting watching TVs or videos or whatever and just soaking it up. Active, you're cognitively or physically engaging in screen-based activities. For children, we're most likely talking about video games, to a lesser extent completing online homework. That falls into active. Interactive, we've had a whole year plus of interactive. Zoom trainings, physical activity videos, activities, I consider those more interactive. So when we talk about screen time, I think we need to parse out the different types of screen time and not just lump them all in together and treat them all the same. What's the impact of screen time on physical health? As I mentioned, it is linked to sedentary behaviors. It's also linked to sleep disturbances, the type of light that comes through devices, and when an individual is watching or looking at the screen, that can cause problems with sleep. Associated with sedentary behaviors, going to have weight gain, and also neck, back, and eye problems. Those are all physical health impacts due to screen time. However, little research can be used to establish the impact of school-based screen time. And when we look at this, I believe that we need to, you kind of addressed this in your the previous presentation when you're talking about the role of counselors and psychologists and why schools are seeing what they're seeing. It's not just at schools. We don't want to We don't want to absolve schools of responsibility, but we need to keep it in perspective. Now, I spent a number of my first decade plus here in child nutrition and wellness, and a lot of focus on wellness policies. And we talked a lot about nutrition policies and physical activity. And in terms of, I liked to say, and I like to think that I'm fairly accurate in this, for many students, the time that they spend at school is the healthiest part of their day. So I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that that we can have an impact on screen time at school, but we also need to recognize that if they are leaving school and they haven't had much screen time, but they hop in the back of their SUV and they get on their device and they're on their device or looking at a screen for the rest of the evening, we need to understand that reality. I will turn it over to Kent at this point to address social emotional considerations.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Board. As we look at this slide, I would reference Dr. Thompson's cautions in terms of the research. We couldn't find a lot of studies that were very large. The largest one was a Canadian study that had 4,000 in the cohort. And for this particular issue, social emotional consideration, it's hard to separate gaming and the research that had been done on gaming, aggression, violence, et cetera, as opposed to just regular school time, screen time, okay? There are very few longitudinal studies, but I think that's going to change since there was so much remote learning accomplished over the last 2 years, and we just haven't had an opportunity to realize those longitudinal studies yet. And then what really is excessive? Some say 2 hours, some say 4 hours, some say, depending on the age, 30 minutes. So when we look at the research, in terms of social emotional considerations, excessive screen time can lead to greater levels of anxiety with students, can lead to depression. I mentioned the research on gaming, and we could go down a rabbit hole and talk about Columbine and all of that. We're not going to do that. But we do have evidence that there's an increase in violent and aggressive behaviors if the screen time is excessive. Generalized anxiety, short-term memory loss. Screen time can be an issue for kids that are already experiencing ADHD and oppositional defiant disorder. Dr. Victoria Dunkley coined the term electronic screen syndrome, and she characterized that as students would have irritability, anxiety, depression, excessive tantrums, impairments at home, school, and with peers. Now, as we had a conversation, the team and I, when we were putting this presentation together, I mentioned to them that there is the other side of the coin, and that is there are pro-social considerations when we look at screen time. First of all, and I don't want to be political, but during the Brownback administration, mental health in the state of Kansas took a huge hit. The only way that we could serve those that were in need of mental health services was through teletherapy. And so that's a pro-social consideration for screen time. Now, typically those sessions would last an hour, but you understand what I'm getting at. In schools, that's manifested in calming rooms. During remote learning, counselors, social workers, and school psychs got together and created electronic calming rooms. Those have carried over since they've gone to on-site. They've found that is successful in helping kids get a grip, so to speak, to calm down so that they can reintegrate back into the classroom. One of the other uses of screen time in schools is credit recovery and credit recovery apps. Now, I would not recommend this, and I don't believe the Kansas School Counselors Association would recommend it, but there are some schools who have kids in credit recovery with an app all day long. And I'm not sure that's particularly mentally healthy. But That's a choice that has to be made in order to make sure that they meet the graduation requirements. And then, Mr. Jones, I appreciate your comments in the previous presentation on the role of counselors and post-secondary. And certainly we have realized a lot of success with career development apps such as Zello, Career Cruising, and Naviance. However, those again are usually limited to about 1 class hour or however long their advisory lasts. Okay? Dr. King?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about some of the most interesting things in my field we have going on. I stand at an interesting intersection of 3 different but related disciplines. One is tech integration in education, something we've been prepping teachers on for the past 2 or 3 decades as most of our teacher preparation programs. A second is technology education, which is the song I've been singing for the past couple of years in my role as IT consultant and then as computer science consultant. And that's very important to me too. The new one is the tech as education, which is, if you'd have talked to me about it 25, 30 years ago when I entered the teaching field, I'd have called it science fiction. It was really inconceivable and to a certain extent heretical. But now in the world of remote learning, in the world of a pandemic, it's becoming something that we talk about a little bit more. As I was prepping the presentation, I saw a commercial that has always bothered me. This particular commercial has a child running away screaming from a nutritionally dense plate of food that included broccoli and all the other things that kids are known to run away from. Then to some idyllic music, you saw the box being opened. It was a brand name of mac and cheese. And so you got to see the parent and the child enjoying the mac and cheese, which is, we know, not as nutritionally dense as broccoli and some of the other things, but I, as a father, have sometimes fed my kids mac and cheese. It's, understanding it's not the whole diet, but sometimes that's what you do. So then the question is there good food and bad food? That line is hard to draw. It's similarly hard to draw in the is there good screen time and bad screen time? It's tough. It's a difficult one. And so what I hope to do in the next couple of slides is to give us some tools to look at some of the different ways to evaluate screen time from a couple different perspectives. Now, I do have to point out, the International Society of Technology and Education, ISTE, has developed several education technology standards, one for students, one set for educators, one set for education leaders. Those are great standards. I could talk to you about them for the next 3 hours, but I don't think we would appreciate that. But they are good standards, and it's important that I mention that they're active, they've been updated, and they're pretty good. A couple of other ways of looking at this, one from the tech integration standpoint, to be the technology. The reason I bring this up is a little bit simpler. It actually was developed about 20 years ago. It has a strong Kansas tie in that the 2 people published in the paper, one was associated with KU and the other was a teacher at Independent School District. Now, it goes through and it has 18 technology standards. Again, tech integration looked mostly at the teacher. How does the teacher involve technical stuff in their presentation of the education, the learning objectives? This fairly large matrix, 18 technology standards, included things like presenting instruction, teaching people to problem solve, critically think, assess student technology use itself, monitor, analyze student performance with tech. And so all of these things were involved in the Be the Technology paper. And so this is, again, one way of looking at it. And this is looking at it from the teacher knowledge perspective. Another more recent option, the 4 pillars method. The reason I like this one is because they approached it from a very strong theoretical pedagogy standpoint, using 4 known important things of what we do: active learning, engagement, meaningful learning, and social interaction. They've actually gone through in subsequent papers and have actually evaluated some of the applications. Now again, the Be the Technology is based upon the teacher. The 4 pillars is mostly focused on the app. So they've gone through and they've evaluated a lot of the apps, and as Dr. Thompson mentioned, it's a rapidly moving target to try and evaluate the apps that are out there in the app stores now. Some of the different things that they saw when they looked at them, the fire alarm syndrome, which is basically so many things going on that it's distracting. It's not educational, it's distracting. Too many choices. Are the number of options suitable for the age that it's developed for? Is educational content appropriate and sufficient? I love the fourth one because I personally play a Candy Crush type game. It's, you know, I'll admit it, it's actually Harry Potter themed, but I play it. It's you know, it's fun. It's entertaining. But is it educational? Does it actually have content to it? Now, as they evaluated them, they found that most of the apps really failed at least one of the 4 pillars. You know, it is hard to find applications that are designed from the standpoint of being educational, purely educational, based upon what we know good education is. Here's a quote by a CEO of one of the app developing companies. Education's great, has its place, but there are other things we can do for kids other than just educate them. So the third model, the SAMR model, is actively used, and this actually looks at the technology from an activity perspective. So the first level substitution, the best example I have for that is I had a math student come in at one point, and he was really behind in his worksheets. And I said, well, let's lay the worksheets out and figure out how you're going to get caught up on them. And he said, I can't lay them out. They're all PDFs on my device. It was an iPad, I think. I said, okay, well, that's, you know, to me kind of expensive way to do worksheets. But on the other hand, there's nothing wrong with it. Now, that's pure substitution. There's nothing added of value. And so if you're concerned about the maximum number of hours of screen time that a student can get, maybe that's not where you want to spend your time. There's the augmentation, where you substitute something, but you add to the activity, so SMS text messaging and that sort of thing. Modification, and then redefinition. And the SAMR experts say you should, in order to get the most out of your screen time, do in the bottom 2, modification or redefinition. Something that actively changes things. Like, for example, when I was at the Cosmosphere a few weeks ago, some kids, it was a lot of fun, some kids were actually doing a simulated space activity. And they had their virtual reality goggles on. That wouldn't be possible without screen time. And so that's an example of the redefinition. I was also, and we mentioned video gaming, I went to the Complete High School in Mays and got to watch their video gaming within a curriculum standpoint, where the kids are learning communication, they're learning leadership, they're learning physics, they're learning all kinds of things that are written around the idea of they're learning it while they're playing a game and being entertained. Now that would be in the bottom 2 as well, probably modification. So that's how we look at tech and screen time from an activity level. There's some criticism of the model, absence of context. Like I said, it kind of depends upon where you're using this. When I've taught math before, a lot of times I've been up in front of the students on a whiteboard doing math problems. That's kind of what you do in a math class. There are sites that will do the math problems for them. It comes to mind immediately Wolfram Alpha. It actually go through, you plug in the math problem, and it will solve. And now that gives immediate feedback to the student, which is educationally useful. In some context, that is a wonderful addition to a math lesson. In some context, that's called cheating. And so the SAMR model kind of lacks some of the context that we need to in order to evaluate some of the screen time. Does have rigid structure, does have a lack of focus on education as an ending process. So one of the comments from the paper, one of the papers I found evaluating SAMR, is that teachers need to understand the relations between teaching, technology, learning, which I think a lot of teachers do. On the other hand, we're asking parents sometimes to evaluate this as well. And the parents may not have as full of an understanding on how this all works to promote student growth and achievement, not just to entertain the students. And so this, Dr. Colleen Russo Johnson and she went through basically talking about the idea of screen time. She's a child psychologist. Got to stop looking at it as a black and white issue. You don't want kids always glued to screens, you know that. You don't want kids always eating mac and cheese. It's common sense, but they're not always evil. So, oops.
Sorry.
Oh,
Thank
missed
you.
Angie's part.
Yeah. Okay. Now, Angie Stahlbaumer of KASB.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to come and address everyone today. I appreciate that. So I should tell you, I'm not texting people. I managed to break my laptop and my Apple Watch in a matter of a couple of days. So if you see me tapping that, that's what's going on. Well, I have the opportunity today, and I get from Dr. Thompson's presentation that the more time you spend in front of screens today, and more specifically, the time I spend in front of this screen today is making me fatter. So I want to keep us moving. These are topics that we could talk about for hours. And so what we tried to do, and part of the reason why I'm here today, is to just give you a little bit of a flavor of some of the main topics. I go out and talk to tech directors for schools around the state to try to put a handle on some of the federal and state law that's out there. One of the questions that was raised from one of the State Board of Education members last time, or as we were putting this presentation together, was, do parents dictate, or are parents able to dictate how students access curriculum materials? So once they're in the school, could a parent say, you know, I don't want my child to have an iPad or technology or anything like that? Generally, this would not be something that a parent would have control over specifically at that 10,000-foot level. What I have in front of you, and I know you all have seen this, and I don't want to belabor the point, but what we have is we have constitutional authority granted to you all, and we have constitutional authority granted to local boards of education. And so under the umbrella of the Constitution and the statutes that we've been provided, it gives it to the public schools to develop that curriculum. And if you look at the highlighted piece there from the statute, it talks about how the local board, so the local boards of educations are going to be the ones that decide on the courses of study, the school program that's allowed, and approves those textbooks and those materials that they're going to use, the methods and the regulations that they'll use to provide the curriculum. What I have in front of you is samples of the type of policy that a lot of school boards in the state would have. These are excerpts from some of KSB's policies, and granted, they vary from district to district, but some of the language that I wanted to point your attention to was just that generally, how this works is this local board will approve curriculum programs or curriculum more generally. And then it's going to go to the superintendent and the licensed staff to really decide, okay, how do we implement this? How do we take what you all as the State Board of Education gives the local board in standards, and the board has given us curriculum, how do we make that happen? And so as far as what districts are doing with technology, that's really going to be determined more on a local level generally. And that's usually going to be something that they look at their own resources, their own needs. I know COVID-19 created a lot of situations where some of our communities had less access to internet or had financial problems that they had to get through. So the availability of technology varies greatly across our state. This too is just additional language of the type that a district would have that would talk about how they select materials, textbooks, things like that, or media options. So if we were talking about one-to-one options, so some districts, I know I have 3 children in school right now, so one of mine has a laptop, 2 of mine have tablets that have been issued to them, or at least were during remote learning last year. And so generally, school districts will have some sort of policy that says if you're going to take this home, you agree to safeguard it, you agree to pay for damages and things like that. Could a parent choose not to sign that, choose not to take the device home? I think, yes, a parent probably could do that. But that doesn't necessarily keep the child from using it to access the text and the curriculum in the school setting. And of course, I think it's important to realize that if students do have medical needs, so if they have anxiety that's triggered by too much screen time, if they have, concussions or something like that, that the district needs to accommodate to ensure that they're not in front of those bright screens for a long period of time, they're going to have those plans and they're going to have workarounds for those students. There are a couple of acts that I wanted to just briefly mention to you all. The one that really has the most impact, I think, on some of the concerns you may have on what children have access to on the internet is the Children's Internet Protection Act. This is a federal act, and I'll talk to you about a state version just briefly here in a little bit. The Children's Internet Protection Act has been around for a long time, so we're entering 21 years with that. What it does is it ties E-rate funding that schools would otherwise receive to compliance with the Act's requirements. And what that generally looks like is it requires all of our school districts to have policies that say they're going to filter their internet, that if they provide access to computers, that they're going to ensure that these students don't have access to material that would be harmful to them. And it will also cover some training with those students that would be using the technology to ensure that they understand, what's dangerous and what's not out there too. So really what this act is trying to keep students away from in putting those filtering mechanisms and policy mechanisms in place is they're trying to keep them from obscene material, trying to keep them away from instances where they would have access to or be engaged in any kind of child pornography attainment type activities, or essentially anything that's harmful to minors. And that's a very broad definition, and if anybody's interested in actually how those things are defined, I'm happy to share that with you or provide that information for you later. Okay, I guess it does bear to note that before the school districts could approve of these policies that meet the guidelines under this act, they had to hold a public hearing. So it was necessary for them to talk to their patrons, parents, community about what they were trying to do with the filtering process and the policy. More specifically, what school districts have to do under this act are the following. So have to make sure that minors don't have access to harmful things out there online. We need to make sure that they are limited in their ability to access things like chat rooms, direct electronic mail communications. So anybody that maybe has tried, or I've noticed this with my children, I cannot from an outside email address email one of my children because the school blocks that. Any outside communications coming in that they don't recognize. It also talks about ensuring that there's no hacking, no unauthorized access to what's happening there, and that there's no disclosure of personal information of minors. I will tell you there's another act that if you're ever interested, we could talk about, and that's the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act. That's a federal act, and that one really does a lot to ensure that those entities that create the websites or are interested in child data, that they are regulated as well. So there have to be permissions and there are restrictions on entities that would do any kind of marketing or capture any kind of data of students that are under 13. In the interest of time, though, we're not going to go into that much today. All right, Just so you are aware, there is a Kansas Children's Internet Protection Act as well. And I guess this is important not just to reinforce that it's important to Kansas, but this one would apply regardless of if they are applying for E-rate funding or not. So, you know, the federal one applies if they were looking for federal dollars, but there are some loopholes to that. The Kansas statute does apply, and it does say that we have to ensure that we have those protections in place. I think we are all available to stand for questions if anybody has any. Thank you for your time and attention.
Yeah, I want to commend Angie. She got a well-deserved vacation last week, came back and her laptop and evidently her Apple Watch crashed. So so thank you for coming and sharing the legal and administrative perspective. So we probably created more questions than we answered, but we're ready to try to answer any
We'll give you the opportunity to
questions that you
address
have.
some of those. Okay, Melanie.
Thank you all. Can you hear me okay? Is this easier? Yes. I'm probably the reason that you all are here, and I asked many of these questions, so I just want to thank you for putting all of this together. As a board member, I don't see these presentations before you come in, and so I couldn't have, you know, all of my questions ready. I have to take it in and then quickly respond. So I've tried, board members, I've tried to whittle this down to just a few questions and leave some time for everybody else. But I want to start with, it sounds like kind of one of the key takeaways here is there's very little research, according to you. Canada has done some of the research, and that's what we have to lean on. And so for me, I see KSDE as the one who needs to be a thought leader in this space. If I look at my local districts, and I think, and I only have 5, and I think of them individually as each of you is responsible for going and collecting all of this research and data and then coming up with recommendations and best practices, I think that's where I have to kind of hit pause and say, I feel like this should come from the state because those folks are supposed to be focused on kids and teaching. And so one of the questions that I want to start with is, how can we get better data? Because there were a lot of holes, especially kind of early in the presentation, where we simply don't have data to make some of these recommendations for best practices. So I'll start there.
Okay, and I think Angie and Dr. King would be best able to address that.
Well, I guess my first initial response, and this may seem, I don't want it to seem trite, but you know, data on what exactly? Because part of the issue we have, there's data out there. It just doesn't apply to the situation that we're talking about in terms of school time versus non-school time. It might be useful to survey the districts and find out at this point how much screen time are they expecting. You know, I think one of the questions we were asked is, are they monitoring? And I think, you know, honestly, I can say that good administrators monitor everything they know they need to monitor. I don't know if this has been elevated to the point where administrators are paying attention to it yet. I mean, last year was a mess year. It was difficult. But I think now might be a good time to kind of turn back around and say, how did we do? How did the students do in going through this? And maybe even what some of the impact that the school psychologists and so on were seeing from that.
When I first asked this question, I believe that it was before we kind of entered a new phase of we won't see remote learning this year. And so when I asked the question, I was a little bit concerned that we would be back in the same place where we had kids going home with laptops, and they are spending 8 hours a day looking at the laptop screen. Those were different concerns. And so to some of the earlier points in the conversation, there is a big difference between that passive and active and interactive. And this is a much larger conversation, so I'm trying to grab just a couple of key questions, but I do just want to say, I feel like this is an area where KSDE can be a leader, and that's something that I would certainly like to see more of. I have a couple of specifics. I am curious, who is responsible for enforcing SIPA compliance?
Okay, good question.
Are there audits?
I believe this is this U.S. Department of Education. I believe that's the response, but I can get you that information. It's all really, it's grant money that will trickle down from there. You all don't know if you have any control over that at the state level.
We
Yeah.
have no compliance, Melanie, related to this topic.
Okay.
It's mostly related to funding of schools.
Right.
Then you get in a little bit of child nutrition and wellness, but the statute does not give KSD any compliance oversight
Okay.
to this. Just silent on it. It's
Yeah.
never been talked about
Interesting.
in
Okay,
in
that's
statute.
I believe they can always audit school districts. I remember it. I tend to think a lot of the change happened around 2012, 2013, because I remember helping with the policies. But I think at the time, part of compliance was making assurances to, the governing unit that, yes, we have these policies in place. And so that is probably all part of the E-rate funding
Okay,
portion.
okay.
Melanie, can I might add to the research, and Kent, you may want to, so Kent talked some about, and I'd be interested, Kent, in your thoughts on this as it relates to Melanie's comment. It seems to me as an educator that looks at this space, that whether you go back to Sesame Street or watching TV in a different generation, or now when we see someone crying at Walmart and someone hands them a phone or a tablet. So I'm thinking about early development more than later. That it's the lack, not so much what we're talking about, it's the lack of personal social interaction that we may want to research. Well, no matter what takes away from that, which goes back to Kent, is it the issue not what is the screen time, but my lack of social personal interaction with a parent or another caring adult that leads to irritation, depression. That may be a different way of looking at the research versus specifically the definition of screen time, just
Yeah.
as an idea.
I mean, I think there are a lot of different ways of looking at all of this research and asking for more data, and that's certainly a valid point. The reason I ask these questions, the core of the reason I ask these questions is because of my constituents. We have a very active group in my district that has asked these questions of their local districts, not gotten answers that they were happy with. I think that the takeaway remains unchanged. A lot of this, it's a local control issue, but I would really like to see KSD coming up with more answers. To Randy's point, when we think developmentally about handing a pre-K kid an iPhone or a tablet, and then, these kids are coming home, kindergarten, first grade, with iPads, and parents, I've got parents in my district who don't want those kids to have those devices. There's a movement called Wait Until 8. Wait to get your kid an iPhone, essentially, until 8th grade. But I'd like to see a little bit more data around what is good for those younger kids, what's acceptable at older levels. To come back to my question list, and give some other people some time, I guess I asked about better data. I was gonna bug you about digital citizenship, but maybe I'll wait on that one. I guess my last question for you all would be, what would you focus on if, put yourself in my shoes, what should we be focused on moving forward as far as what this research looks like, and how do we get and report on better data?
Well, and I'll pick up on Dr. Watson's comments. Remember, when we went to remote, one of the biggest issues was social isolation. And I think that's what you're getting at, is if kids are on their devices without that social interaction, those skills begin to deteriorate. And if that happens, then that leads to even greater problems. And I threw that up on the slide, anxiety, generalized anxiety, et cetera. So one of the big issues is making sure that kids don't become isolate, with their devices, and provide those pro-social skill development activities outside of the screen time. That's what I would focus on, you know? And when we went into remote, we said, listen, there's a lot of different things you can do, even on remote, that still involves social interaction. And you're still building those skills, those social emotional skills. Okay, Mark, do you have some thoughts about
Yeah.
physical activity?
Well, actually, I'm going to toss this to Stephen to clear up my inaccuracies, but I think that that we need to help the schools define, to look at technology, look at screen time, but break it down. So like with Stephen's presentation, he separated technology from how the teachers are, how teaching with technology versus technology itself versus the application. And I think that we need to have a broader discussion about those elements so that we can reach out to teachers and provide them guidance on how to separate the use of technology, to look at what they're doing, and is their technology value added, or is it just babysitting? And I know that has to be a concern of some parents, that, you know, they're sending their kids off to school and all they're doing is, you know, I personally am very irritated when I find that on like indoor recess days that they play videos rather than get the kids up and moving, which they obviously can do. So I think that's kind of, you know, my takeaway is that I'd like to keep differentiating between passive, active, and interactive screen time, and then address the things like Stephen mentioned about like the 4 pillars, or SAMR, was that?
SAMR, yep.
So that's kind of what the direction I'd like to see us go.
I started my presentation off with a really bad metaphor. It probably still has my colleagues in CNW cringing upstairs.
Hey,
Mac and cheese, but I think back to the point, if we look at food and nutrition, there are some fairly well done documentation out there that you know, we can teach parents, because nutrition isn't just what happens at school, it's what happens at home and so on. And so it is an analogous situation. And we do have training materials, informational materials for parents. We have them for the school districts. You know, I think we've done a pretty good job communicating so they understand you've got a certain amount of calories in a diet and you need to figure the nutrition out. And we've got, you know, we've gone through food pyramids and all kinds of other stuff. I think we could probably do the same thing with screen time. Here's why it's important, and maybe here's how to evaluate what's, and again, I hate to say good versus bad because we don't say that with food either, but here's how to evaluate what's nutritionally dense, and here's how maybe it isn't. And so if you've got an hour and a half of screen time available for your child, how do you pick what's most appropriate? And so I think I'm just envisioning tossing this out, and I expect the commissioner may yell at me later, but you know, maybe developing an informational set, a set of informational materials similar to what we use for child nutrition.
Interesting. Yeah, I would add, I want to make sure that we don't lose sight of the key group of complaints that I hear from my constituents, which is the devices are distracting. They're addictive. You've got the anxiety component, but also that they have, in many cases, unfettered access to the internet. And that's a rabbit hole that we can go down. But differentiating between screen time as a passive activity, education, and then just kind of generally having access to things that these kids never would have otherwise had access to. So I'll stop there. Thank you so much for your time and your presentation. I appreciate it.
Michelle.
Thank you, Chairman Porter. Yeah, just to kind of tack on to that last thing, a lot of it's instant gratification too. I find with, they'll have their computer open and then they have their phones or whatever other device they have there, and then they'll look up a quick answer. They're not really researching the answer. They're just looking for, they think, what society wants them to, how society wants them to answer. If they're doing a book project what SparkNotes is saying about it. I don't think they're really thinking it through critically. I'm taking this from my own son's as a freshman and his personal experience. They're not really like the pedagogy that Ann Ma was talking about before, as far as like how are we teaching that, to look for, because some of these things isn't an answer. They're wanting you to think critically so that there isn't a right or wrong answer. I fear as far as some of these, rather than sending packets home and they have the answers and they're turning them into the teacher and it goes right back to the teacher, it gets in there in a system that goes home at night, and a child they might have a parent standing behind them helping them, and they have these interactive classroom responses. And a parent, instead of an 8th grader or 7th grader typing away, you can tell when an 8th grader or 7th grader is typing away an answer that they feel just, or whatever they're feeling. And a parent jumps in and responds and answers and attacks that child. There's a lot of that going on, and a lot of parents are coming to me about that. They're saying, that's where some of this bullying, some of the bullying isn't coming from other kids. It might be coming from other parents that are helping with these assignments that they can see, and they can see what those answers are of those other children. That's a privacy issue in itself, I think. And I think districts need to be looking into that. And then as far as spending time, you had talked about some people didn't have access to internet. Those of us that did have access to internet, boy, we were up till sometimes 10, 11 at night reading email. You might have 5 emails from one teacher. I forgot this, I forgot to add this. And I can turn those off, but my son they have to have that communication. So they're constantly reading all these emails. And then you've got where the system that you're working on in that district, the teacher has to put in an assignment end date. So the parents are going, why is this 0? Why are you getting, and then they're coming and harping on the kids. Well, it's okay, she changed that date. She has to put something, not every kid knows that, not every parent knows that. There's just so much with technology. We want that instant communication to go out, and we think it's being helpful, but sometimes it's overwhelming, and it's like, then the parents are on their children, like, why isn't this done? Why are you getting a 0 on this assignment? Well, it's actually not due till Friday. She moved the day. She doesn't have the time as a teacher to go back in there into that system. She may or may not to change that date. She just has to put something in there. So maybe we need to look into the systems that we're using, and do like a survey. It doesn't have to be privacy survey. It could just say, what are the parents spending the most time with? Reading the emails? Are the children reading the emails? Are they parents and children both reading the email? Or is everybody involved in that process? I could go on and on about, sometimes it's more time consuming, our electronics and technology. It's almost like it's too instant and too gratifying. People are constantly checking their thing. Is there an update on that? Is there something, the parents are looking at that. I just have 15 emails I gotta go through. Are they really urgent? Do I need to communicate with my kid after he gets home from his activity? It's overwhelming. I'm overwhelmed as a parent, and then when we were on Zoom all day, and then at night, they were spending more than, I would say, 8 hours, 8 or 9 at least, on that screen, on the computer. Rather than the ones that were sent home packets, they could actually write. So you could control that writing time. At school, we can control that. We can't necessarily control the screen time and what they're learning, and is it beneficial? But everybody writes and can write about the same and are getting the same type of thing. How much writing time are those children getting in the schools? And if you're sent home a packet, if everything blocks out with technology, or everybody loses power, or the system that we have doesn't work, at least we have something to back up. We have packets, we have paper, people know how to write. A lot of kids aren't taught, my youngest wasn't taught cursive, the older one, 2 years older, was. So there's just so much. I just feel like we need to be looking at the different districts and saying, what are we spending our most time with, and is it redundant, or is it just too much, and do we need to back away a little bit as far as on communication? Thank you. Thanks for your time. Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think something we have to keep in mind is a lot of what you guys experienced, and my grandkids experienced it too, was because we were in remote learning. And some were in hybrid, and we'd never done it before. And God bless the teachers. The kids might have been online 8 hours. The teachers were online 12 hours, answering emails and all this stuff. And I hope we never have to do that again. In fact, the legislature said you can't do that again. You're either going to be in person or you're going to be virtual. But the thing that makes me wonder, we've had virtual school for decades, where kids did the whole thing online. So why don't we have data from that to help understand what the impact of screen time is? Is there anything out there like that, Kent? You'd think they'd know.
We probably do have some data. Those virtual vendors would have some kind of data, but I'm not sure it's specific to screen time.
Yeah.
But the assumption, as you alluded to, would be that it's all screen time.
Yeah.
So we could ask, and
Yeah.
certainly we'll follow up on that.
I mean, what our kids had to go through with remote and what teachers had to go through was crazy. I mean, they were scrambling every day. I'm in hybrid, I'm in remote, it's like,
Well,
and I don't
another
know how they
thing,
did it.
and that you bring up, is we haven't mentioned adult social emotional considerations. And we probably need to consider that at some point, just like we did during remote learning.
Well, I'm just hoping we go back to something, I mean, it's going to be a new normal. It'll never be like whatever was, because when I met with these kids, like at the STUCO conference and the K leadership camp, one of the seniors brought up, they said, our senior class is the only class in high school that's had a normal year. All the rest of them have not known a normal year, and they were so hoping this would be it, because they said one thing they really missed last year was one thing they do is help the freshmen to assimilate. That didn't get to happen. And so when my question to them was, what are you most concerned about going back to school this year? We talked about last year, what happened, and they were anxious and, all this stuff, and teachers were stacking things on top of each other. They go, I don't think our teachers know, when you put it all together, what an awful assignment they've given us. But coming back this year, I was surprised how many of them mentioned that they were actually concerned about being back face to face. They'd almost forgotten how to have that kind of interaction. So that was making them anxious about going back. But I think we do need, as Melanie said, to look at it. I don't know that there's going to be a statewide answer because every district is different, but we ought to know more about it. So thank you for all your work on this. It was very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, and one thing I did learn today is if presentations go more than 15 to 18 minutes, they lost us according to their data.
Well, this is obviously not the end of this discussion, but it is in fact the end of this discussion today. Thank you very much, and we'll continue because this is an issue we need to address. We will reconvene at 3:25.
Thank you, Board.
Thank you.
We're back in order, and we are going to act on recommendation from the Professional Practices Commission. Can you hear us, Jennifer?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Would you go ahead and?
Sure.
Tell us
These
what
are
we
all
need.
default cases, so we didn't hold a whole hearing over them. Scott just gave us a quick debrief of the case, and then we voted. Do you want me to walk you through the details of each one, or is that
Just briefly,
sufficient
yes.
amount of knowledge?
Just briefly.
Sure. Okay. So the first one, it was inappropriate misconduct with the student, and they denied it in a letter, but they didn't actually want to come and have a hearing and have us make a decision. So it ended up being a default. The other one, the applicant had been disciplined within another governing body and didn't fail to report that and didn't so they'd been disciplined and had inappropriate action while being licensed in another profession. So we're denying that. And then the third one was DUI and possession while on diversion. Well, not licensed as an educator, but they also weren't, it was a default case as well. And there were some details in that just made us say, no, we're going to go ahead and deny this.
Okay. Questions or a motion? Seeing none, I move that the Kansas State Board of Education adopt the findings, of facts, and conclusions of Law Professional Practice Commission, deny the application of 21 PPC 0102, 21 PPC 10, and 21 PPC 11. Is there a second to that motion? Melanie seconds that motion. Any further discussion? Not all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, that motion carries. Don't you wish you'd driven to Topeka for that?
Well, my school appreciates not having me gone, so thank you for letting me zoom in.
Thank you very much. Counselor.
Good afternoon. Sorry, give me just a moment if you will, please. Make sure we got the right presentation for you. I think this is right. See if I remember how to do this. There we go. Good afternoon. You all recall that last month I came to you and proposed some changes to the policy by which my office reviews applicants and those that are licensed that have what I refer to as actionable criminal records or some allegations of misconduct. You'll recall that the proposal was to maintain the main rules, which is if there's any allegations involving a child victim, any allegations involving misconduct on the school grounds, anything involving sex, or anything that involves the convictions that are prohibited to be licensed by state statute, that remains the same. Those all go to the Professional Practice Commission and then reviewed by the State Board of Education. And the new rule would be that if the applicant or licensee is legally eligible to be licensed, meaning they are not on probation, they are not within 5 years of a felony conviction when they are applying for a new license, and they are not currently under diversion, that's what I'm referring to by being legally eligible to be licensed. If in my office's review, which is me, believe they do not pose a risk to the students or to the profession, that I may approve those applications at my discretion without having to take them to the PPC or the state board. To help clarify and maybe answer some of the questions or concerns that came up last month, I want to share with you that there are some guiding principles that I think that you all rely on. I know that the Professional Practices Commission relies on and that I would maintain. The guiding considerations would be, how often has this individual engaged in some level of misconduct? Was this a one-time theft, or was this a one-time they were caught speeding and there was some marijuana residue in their car that they're going to say was their friends? Or was this a series, or was this a continuing habit, if you will? That goes with the frequency. The severity is just how bad was the misconduct. Right? There's a difference, I think, that you all have found for the past several years between stealing bottles of shampoo from Target and embezzling thousands of dollars from a school or from a society for which you may be an officer, right? There's a big difference there, I believe. And then how recent is it? Is this something that occurred 3 or 4 years ago when they were not licensed, or maybe while they were in college preparing to be a teacher, or was this something that just happened within the past few months? Right. Really, things that I would also take into consideration is if we receive letters of support from the school personnel. I think a letter from an employing principal or a district superintendent goes a long way towards supporting someone's desire to remain licensed. Was the misconduct in any way related to the school environment, or is it completely isolated from what would occur if they were a teacher? And then we want to maintain some level of consistency in the actions of the State Board of Education, of course, because that's extremely important. We don't want anyone to claim that anyone is acting arbitrarily or capricious, so that's why that consistency is important. So by and large, those are the considerations that I have in mind whenever I review these applications and those that are licensed. Now, last thing that I would share with you is this is not necessarily a decision that is made in a vacuum, and this goes for current policy as well as what could be continuing. You're aware that anyone that files a complaint, formally files a complaint, must be within the teaching profession. That's not me. We have kind of interpreted that particular regulation to mean you must be licensed to be a teacher. And again, that's not me. That is why our Director of Teacher Licensure and Accreditation, she signs all of the complaints on behalf of the State Department of Education. And I review and discuss several of these cases that, I'll ask her, this one's kind of on the fence for me. Do we want to simply invite this person to come and participate before the Professional Practices Commission? Or do we want to file a formal complaint saying, we don't believe they should be licensed? So it's not just me. There is some other discussions that take place before the department takes any kind of position. With that, you have the proposed motion in front of you, I believe, that I've requested, and I'm happy to answer any question you may have.
Questions? Janet?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education authorize Kansas Department of Education's Office of General Counsel to approve actionable licenses and applicants within the perimeters as discussed.
Is there a second? Betty seconds the motion. Dina?
I have a question about what, I think this is statutory that the state board make these decisions, is it not?
It's in statute that no license may be revoked unless and until the State Board of Education makes that determination. It's also in the statute that the state board issues the license, which you delegate to the department.
So it doesn't speak to licensing someone who's had issues.
What is stated in statute, the closest to what I think answers your question, is if someone has had a license revoked or denied due to misconduct. Specifically, it says if it's been denied due to a conviction for a felony, then they can't receive a license unless and until there is a hearing at which they present evidence of rehabilitation. So if you have denied or you have revoked someone's license, then they cannot get a license back unless and until you decide they can have their license back. And in every one of those cases, I wouldn't make any calls. They would go to the PPC and go to the state board.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is, if I recall correctly, there's a statute that says something about not relinquishing to someone else or some other body what statute has given you the responsibility to do. So I'm just asking, does that place us in some sort of jeopardy by saying you may make the decision instead of us in questionable, in areas where individuals have done something that is questionable in their past?
I think what you're referring to is there is a state law that says there cannot be an unlawful delegation of authority that is given to a state agency. It's a very generic statute, has nothing to do with licensure, but it exists. The short answer to your question is no. We're fine. I could go into the lengthy explanation of it, but no, I honestly believe there's nothing that prevents you, because you have already delegated to the department the issuance of license, right? I mean, you don't see every application for a license. So, no, I don't believe that there's an unauthorized delegation of authority there.
Okay.
If, for what it's worth, you were to authorize me to revoke a license, that would be very different.
Then that would be the issue.
And that's why I'm not asking for that. But
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
Sure.
No other questions? Seeing no other questions, I assume we're ready to vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries. Now we're going to have recommendations from SEAC. If you'll recall from last month, when somebody is nominated for any of these committees, we get all of the people that have been recommended, whether they're recommended themselves or whether they were nominated by somebody else. SEAC, as we recall from last month, has a membership committee. And so they are, in fact, the membership committee of SEAC is going to make specific recommendations. Is that correct, Bert?
That's correct, Chair Porter.
And then we will act on those specific recommendations after Bert makes them. So it's all yours.
You have a recommendation coming your way. I'll wait till those come around. I will just preempt by saying that the SEAC membership committee is made up of the chair of SEAC, which is Jennifer King. Jennifer couldn't be here today. She works for Wichita 259, provides coordination in early childhood, and she asked me if I would present on her behalf this afternoon. Normally, we would like for the membership committee to present these to you, and I told her I'd be glad to. We also have Tricia Backman. She was recently elected as chair-elect for SEAC. She's on membership. Marvin Miller and Tobias Wood. There were 3 members that met on July 27th. They reviewed every application, all of the details. They made their recommendation based upon who they thought could best represent the positions that were open. We only had 1 applicant for the foster care agency, and that was a critical thing that we had to define, is it couldn't just be somebody who worked with foster care students. They actually had to work for an agency that supports foster care. So I'll tell you right off that Michelle Warner was the only applicant, and she is in Region 4, where we have a bulk of members already. But that's the only applicant, and she's the only agency person we've had for years that has nominated herself to be on the committee. We also then looked at Marvin Miller's recommendations. He was on vacation and out of state at the time. So that committee, I try to stay in the back to answer questions, and I let them discuss all of the applicants so that it's not biased in any way by KSDE. And so these are their recommendations. They have Sabrina Rochelle. She would represent a parent of a gifted child. State Board Region 5 meets majority. Meets majority means that they have a student with an exceptionality, therefore they meet the 50% requirement that the federal government has. For members on SEAC, we have to maintain at least a 50% majority. So she meets that majority. We have Barney Pontius. He's a parent of an exceptional child. He also is a majority member, so he'll meet majority, and he is Region 9. We have Lena Kistner. She's special ed administrator. She's State Board Region 7. And then I mentioned that Michelle Warner is Region 4. So then on the back, I'm just sharing with you that she was busy today, Jennifer King, and she could not be here. So these are the recommendations of the SEAC Membership Committee that we're presenting to you, and we would like for you to approve.
Okay, Ben?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education act to appoint, I imagine you want these named out, Sabrina Rochelle, Barney Pontius, Lena Kisner, and Michelle Warner to fill the openings on the Special Education Advisory Council with terms effective July 2021 through June 2024.
Correct.
Is there a second to that motion? Jim McNeese seconds that motion. Is there any further discussion? If not, I assume we are ready to vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Bert.
Thank you, State Board. Appreciate it.
Motion would be in order to approve the consent agenda. Melanie makes the motion. Ben seconds the motion.
Can I have,
Melanie and Ben. Ann.
yeah, you got your motion in second, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I just had a comment. I had some real concerns about Newman College and their teacher prep program. They had a long to-do list of areas, not that were big red flags, but that they need to work on. And as I understand it, in a year, they have to report out to us what they've done. So I just want to make sure we get that report in a year about whether or not they've come up to snuff in all those areas.
Peggy, would you make sure that, that the appropriate people are aware of that concern? Seeing nothing else, all in favor of the consent agenda, please raise your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. The Tuesday meeting in November, this has been brought up by one of our members. The Tuesday meeting that we approved is on Election Day. At least 5 spots will be open on that day, and some people that are in that group may very well be interested in the results of those elections. So the question is, should we change, and we have plenty of time to do it and the authority to do it, should we change that meeting date for November 2021 because of the election? Right now, we need to leave it about the same time because other agencies and other organizations make their calendar decisions based on when our meetings are. So I'm going to propose 3 possibilities, and anybody else can add to that, and then we'll need to decide what to do. One of them is leave it as it is. One of them is to meet on Wednesday afternoon and all day Thursday. Or the one would be meet all day Thursday and do the regular meeting, but just move it to Wednesday and Thursday. I have no preference, so I'm opening it up for discussion. Ben?
I should hit the speaking hat. I guess with those options, not that I agree that they need to be held at the same time. I like the idea of the afternoon meeting on the 9th and then meeting the full day on that Thursday. That allows, election nights are never done early. And all of us have gone through it at least once, and some of us multiple times, and so I think some of it's for safety for those of us traveling, because you never know. So for initial preference, I like the Wednesday afternoon of the 9th, and then meeting on the 10th as the full day.
Is that a motion?
I'll make that motion. No, yeah, meeting the afternoon of the 9th of 2022. Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is a discussion item. I'm sorry.
It's a discussion.
I stand corrected. We will have to. Do I?
Possible action.
So we can take action.
Mm-hmm. We've
that
already
right?
taken action on it once. We're just fixing something we've already done. Do we need to bring it back next month?
Okay, we will,
The quicker we can let people know, though, because title is discussion and possible action.
okay, but it's listed as a DI, so, under,
So possible action doesn't count.
I don't know.
Typically, you have an act, you indicate as action item, not discussion. And so if you wanted to take action, you were permitted to do so, but your policies require that you have a motion to suspend the rules, your policies to permit a vote.
Does anybody, okay, this is not an official vote, does anybody object to Ben's proposal? Then put it on the agenda for next month and we'll approve it. There's a current list of travel and, Rosa, do you have any additions to travel? Yeah. Michelle?
Thank you, Chairman Porter. So Peggy, do you want me to just email you, on those, the success tour, all the meetings I will be attending?
No, the success tours are already pre-approved, so we don't have to approve
You
those
don't even have to
individually.
approve those, okay. But you,
We'll just,
Schedule, so we know who's gonna be where.
okay,
A-
okay.
a-
that would be
After the
helpful.
after the fact, just tell Peggy that you did it.
Okay,
Or before, so if you can't go to one in your area, we can fill it with somebody else.
perfect,
Like we said earlier today.
perfect.
Janet?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I need to add, darn it, I think on September the 9th, I have a juvenile justice meeting by Zoom. That's it.
Thank
I make a
you.
motion, we approve it.
There's a motion to approve the travel. Second? Betty seconds that motion. So does everybody else? All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed, motion carries. I'm going to vote against that sometime just to get my name in the minute. It is time to choose a delegate and an alternate to the NASB business meeting. First of all, remind us, Peggy, the dates of NASB,
October 6th through the 9th, virtual.
6th through the 9th, virtual,
Business meeting is the 8th.
business meeting the 8th. So who intends to go or participate? Ben, Jean, Dina, Jim? Anybody want to volunteer? Ben volunteers. Anybody want to volunteer to be the alternate?
No, I want to move to Ben do it. And Dina be the alternate. Jim, Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I move that Ben be the delegate and Dina be the alternate at the NASB conference on the delegate assembly.
And I'll be glad to second it because as long as it's not me, I'm real happy. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? You see that the railroad still works. If, now it is we have to approve the annual dues, the NASB annual dues. Do we have that somewhere? Ben?
I move the Kansas State Board of Education approve payment of calendar year 2022 dues and retain membership in the National Association of State Boards of Education and the National Council of State Education Attorneys.
Is there a second to that motion? Jim seconds that motion. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed, motion carries. And now, Randy is going to lead us in discussion about back-to-school guidance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think many of you have asked about, because we, at this time, or actually earlier last year, did navigating change with a host of teachers, staff, medical professionals, and then navigating next followed up on all that was on the heels of continuous learning. The law changed, though, last year during the legislative session, which gave the authority to, on the criteria for which schools would open, mask specifically, to local school boards. And so instead of convening a group of people to, in essence, say what medical professionals are giving to local school boards, it just seemed that that would be redundant. I convened a group of my advisory groups and asked them, do you want the state board to issue guidance from medical people? And they said that's not going to be helpful. We already have enough guidance. We really don't need any more, and it's going to be our decision. So we did not convene that. So what local school boards should do, and I think they have been doing, some as recently as last night, is talk to the local health department, talk to local physicians, get medical advice, and then they get to make a decision. And many of them have made decisions, and many of them changed decisions. And my guess is in the next month, those decisions may get changed again as the virus does different things in different communities. So anyway, I just wanted you to be aware. That's why we're not bringing you guidance now, is because of the way the law changed in the last legislative session.
Thank you. Another issue that some of us have been getting calls about is the remote learning. For instance, Betty and I were having a discussion this morning about the fact that school districts, in some cases, school boards, are saying that we are the ones that made the decision that you couldn't go more than 40 hours. That is not the case. But as soon as Betty and I had that conversation, not 30 seconds later, my phone rang, and a parent from one of my districts was saying, I have a medically fragile daughter, and your rules say that she can only go for 40 hours remote. And if she gets COVID, she'll die. What are you going to do about it? Well, as most of you know, I have a granddaughter in the same situation. So there are two things. First of all, I have asked Craig tomorrow during the legislative discussion to actually explain to us what's exactly in that law, and I understand that there's some leeway issues, and we need to know what they are. So we're going to have a presentation to address that, because that is, at least peripherally, what happens when school starts, you know. So we need to know what our options are. But we also need to know, the general public needs to know what our responsibilities are and what our responsibilities are not. I would imagine that all of us received somewhat cryptic and disrespectful letters about vaccine passports. We don't have the authority to do that. And of course, and that would never be on our agenda. We need to find some way to communicate to people what our responsibilities are and what our responsibilities are not. I do not mind ever being blamed for the things that we do. But I do mind being blamed for the things where we have no responsibility and no authority. And I think that we need to have a discussion at some point on how to better communicate what our responsibilities are and what our responsibilities are not. Now I'll get off of that particular soapbox. Oh, go ahead, Betty, if you want to stay on it.
Yes, I do want to emphasize that local board members have said that it is the state board it is the state board that made the decision on remote learning. And that's frustrating. I don't know if perhaps they don't know any better, or if it's just, let me come up with a quick and easy answer. But it does just emphasize how we are the ones that are being looked at as far as creating those challenges. The state legislature does not even enter into the conversation that a lot of board members are having with constituents. They are blaming the state board directly. And if there's anybody that's concerned when it's time for an election, those things that lay at your feet, lay at your feet. But those that don't shouldn't be placed there. And so I really want to emphasize that it is important that we look at some kind of way to communicate not only to the public, but to local boards as well, that they certainly wouldn't like it if we were going around saying they were responsible for things that they were not. And I think that's the message that we need to strongly convey. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll move to committee reports, and we'll start with Graduation Task Force.
The Graduation Task Force is not meeting in August. It seemed we were meeting every other week, which we were for several months. Graduation Task Force is moving ahead, and even though we're not meeting during August, as we've talked about before, there are still many things happening, especially outreach activities, which you're a part of. So we're getting our information and our data. We had a meeting yesterday on how to manage that data as we collect it, and we'll be reporting that information at our September 2nd meeting, which is our next general meeting. And we are going to try, if the circumstances of COVID will allow us, to invite people to an in-person meeting, but also provide Zoom capacity as well. So that's where we are right now.
Okay.
That's somebody already complaining about the graduation committee. So yes, the committee has worked and is doing a great job. Right now, we've done a lot of background work. I think things are going along pretty well.
Thank you. That call came from me on the burn phone.
They're still ringing.
School mental health, Jean.
The School Mental Health Advisory Council is still working to make sure that the necessary language is in the higher ed procedures to incorporate the bullying task force recommendations, as well as any other mental health issues such as self-harm, suicide prevention, and those types of things. And I think in view of, the report on the school psychologist, it would be helpful to have that for all players who are at schools, including not just pre-service teachers, but pre-service school psychologists as well, so that we really attack this issue from a very broad standpoint. So we're still working on that.
And one of the discussions that Jean and I had, during the break was that even though, in response to the question I asked about the school psychologist, bullying, suicide prevention, and those sorts of things are implied, it might be nice if they actually.
It's in standards. It's in standard 6.
Did you see it?
I'll look again.
Okay, well then, we need to make sure that we all understand that. Okay. Advantage Kansas, Coordinating Council, Jean and Ann.
Well, the Advantage Kansas Coordinating Council met yesterday, and we had a very good meeting. That's the full group, and I think we we actually got a lot done and kind of established a way to go forward with what we're working on. As you probably know, we're sort of subdivided into Jumpstart, Talent Ready, and Opportunity. And we're starting to coordinate those committees with each other so that it really should be a seamless transition from schools through post-secondary education into the workforce. So I thought we got quite a bit done yesterday. Ann?
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. We've kind of at this point, look like we're going to focus on about a half a dozen different industries, what they call enterprise industries, ones that actually bring money and jobs into the state. And even though there are others like teaching or healthcare that are important, they don't fall in that category. But one we decided to start with, we thought, you can't tackle all these industries at once. I mean, our goal is to try to help kids in high school prepare better, but we're to close the gap between what the industry needs, where the job openings are, and the training we're providing not only in high school, but post-high school too. So Jumpstart is basically working on K-12 stuff, and Talent Ready is working on more. What do we do with people already out of high school to get them upskilled? So working on a lot of strategies, and we decided to start with computer science and IT. Because that goes across so many different industries. As, if we can make it work in that area, then how do we upscale it to all the other different areas we're looking at? So pretty excited about it, really starting to move on some things. Got legislative research working on data for us, because a lot of our goals in the committees are based on growth, so we've got to know what our starting point is. So we're going back to 2019 to kind of look at where the economy was then and see where we can grow it. But it's very exciting stuff.
And you mentioned that, computer science, I'm real concerned. I'm hoping we can coordinate those activities with the graduation requirements, the fact that there's probably going to be some legislative issues that we can try to make sure we're all on the same page when we come to that, so.
Yeah, we're not really talking about mandating something in high school, but, how do you provide more opportunities, that kind of thing,
Yeah, I think that's
at
the
this
way to
point
go,
anyway.
If we can make sure that it stays on this side of the
Yeah,
street.
well, and the thing is too, I think, in the end, our definition of computer science IT is going to be much broader than coding, so.
Okay.
Mr. Porter?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Lane and I are working together. We're not working in silos. As Graduation Task Force is working with Advantage Kansas and Dr. Lane, and I'm on that committee, the Governor's Task Force, Council, but I'll be reporting to them in August, this coming August, 26th, 28th, something like that. And she's already made a presentation to the Graduation Task Force relative to the activities that they're engaged in right now and how we can work together.
I'm just concerned that we need to have all the players. That's 2 or 3, so we need to.
It has to start with a couple of them starting working together.
It's a good start. I appreciate that work. Thank you. I'm real kind of excited about what the Student Voice Committee has found out, so I'm interested in even though I've read them, it's interested in following up on that. Go ahead, Ann.
Well, we got a list of all the CTSO meetings and other things going on this fall, and I know Melanie made it to K-Camp, and I went to K-Camp and Stuco, and we've got several others coming up, like Skills USA, and TSA is coming up. So hopefully we'll be getting to a lot more of these state conferences. Also looking at when Educators Rising is going to have some meetings this fall too. So we'll continue to compile that. One of the things we're thinking about is how can we compile all this information into something that, we can use here on the board. So we're keeping track of all of our responses and going to try to make some sense out of that by the end of the year, I hope.
Okay. And as you schedule those things, you let Peggy know, so maybe some of the rest of us can show up and listen too. So.
Well, that'd be great, because we can't cover all of them. And so, we could, but Anyway, I'll just send out a list of all of them because anybody's welcome to go. We kind of have some stock questions we've been asking, like, you know, how did you feel about last year, you know, the school year? What are your concerns about the coming school year? I got a whole hour at the Stuco conference with their second-year kids, and they were amazing. I mean, they're just, ideas were spilling out of them. So I asked them about graduation requirements, which kind of spilled over into what I'd like to see different about my school, and then the question about what do adults need to be paying attention to. So we're kind of trying to ask some of the same questions so we can get some data build up. But it's really fun. The kids are awesome. They're so talented and creative and generous. And I think one thing we're struggling with, though, and maybe you guys can help us with this, is that every one we've been to, there were hardly any students of color in them. Both the Acacia student leaders, the Stuco, the K Camp, hardly any students of color. And that's not anybody's fault. I mean, a lot of those, they're more rural schools who show up and that kind of thing. So we're really interested in trying to find ways to access more students of color. And to that extent, I've asked in Topeka 501 if I can attend some of their equity council. They have student equity councils, if I can attend those meetings. So if you guys have opportunities to meet with more groups where minority students are represented, that would be really helpful to us. So to that end, I'll send out some ideas, kind of the list of questions we're asking, and if you can attend anything and help us out, that'd be terrific.
I've found out over the years that if you really want to know what's going on in school, ask kids.
Yeah, they're not bashful.
Okay, any other reports that I've missed? Dina?
Just to remind all of you that in your packets was a draft legislative priorities for 2022. And you may want to take that home and kind of look through it, see, well, may not be at home, but anyway, take it with you this evening and read through it and see if these meet with your approval, and if you have suggestions to add, et cetera, things to delete, that's fine. Just wanting you to know that they exist and you have your hands on them right now, or you can, and so you can prepare for tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate the legislative liaisons doing that. When we have something in our hand to work with, it may not turn out the same way, but the fact we have a place from which to start, and that makes the discussion a whole lot more focused and a whole lot more efficient. So I appreciate doing that. It was going to save us a lot of time.
And I'd like to thank Peggy for printing them. She got them on the email probably about maybe midnight last night. And so when she came in this morning, they were here.
Were you here at midnight, Peggy?
I appreciate her making the effort to get them in the packet today. So thank you very much, Peggy.
Thank you. Jim?
From the Communications Committee, I want to express our regret that we're going to have to hold off and reschedule sometime in the future our Northwest Kansas trip. There's a couple of reasons that are part of that, and the pandemic is one, and the start of the school year is another one. And also the commissioner has got his success tour, and he's going to be in some of those same areas at approximately the same time. So you can not make reservations to be in Goodland, Kansas on September 27th, or Hayes and then Goodland. So we'll follow up with that. I have communicated with all the superintendents in Western Kansas that we were planning to visit, and they are very disappointed that we're not going to be there, but understand the circumstances and are willing to look forward in the future to our visit, to a visit.
So at some time in the future, we'll probably schedule to go to the same places.
Maybe, maybe not.
Okay.
I don't know, you know.
Yeah.
That, it's nice to visit different places. You know, we'll
So-
see.
So we'll be anxiously anticipating the updates.
You will be anxious, yes.
Any other reports? Mark?
As I shared with you at break, I do not have a report.
Actually, what he shared with me in the break was that we've listened to enough lawyers today and we don't need to do it again.
I think it was something to the extent that you've heard from enough lawyers today.
Yeah.
It appeals to the chair's sensibility.
Remind everybody that the Kansas Success Tour is posted online. You have the schedule. If they, again, to reemphasize, if there are areas in your district that you cannot attend, if you'll let us know, let others know, then we can try to make sure that a board member is represented at each one of them. If it turns out that that's impossible, then that's impossible. We will have a full-day meeting on the 14th of September, and on the 15th, we have a joint meeting with the Board of Regents. So we'll be over across the street at the Board of Regents. They will be hosting us, and that is where we'll be. Anything else for the good of the cause? We're in recess until 9 o'clock in the morning. So we got through before 5.